All right. That went okay. It's good morning still, 10 o'clock. I am going to try and get opposite of me. Ooh, so failed. I'm going to try and get all of that over there done today. I'm going to try and get all of that. I got to remember though, like in a minute, I plan on, if I do it right, once I choose my mission and the Helldiver is diving, then I'm going to remove the talking points, right? And then when I'm done watching YouTube, and I may not get to all of it, I think what I'm going to do actually is definitely move this up here and this here. Yeah. And that way, if I don't get to all of it, I'll have it for like another time. Okay. So, welcome to Over the Hilldivers podcast live. We're doing it live. So, first segment is returning to one of my favorite things to do is to watch YouTube and play Helldivers. I'm going to be running my Xbox account, and on Xbox, he needs not only super credits, but he also needs the other kind of credits. I thought this was cool. This is the map of, I'm on Super Earth, and because I was in the middle of something, I guess it allowed me to get this close. So I was looking through the whole planet, and it's, it's Earth, so it's cool. That's neat. And it kind of shows like lights where there's population centers, which I thought was kind of cool. And so like, I don't know my geography very well, so I don't know, where that is exactly, but that's a huge population center, it looks like. And I'm thinking that I haven't seen the Super Earth map in a while, but when we go over here, there's not a whole lot of the yellow lights, at least. Then we go from the USA, and I think it was at night before, so you could see like lights all along the eastern seaboard, and then the same thing on the west. But now that it's daytime, of course. Okay, so I thought that was cool. The new helmet that we just unlocked, I looked at it. It looks cool, but if you know when I say it looks like I'm about to go beat up the Power Rangers, So there is that. It's cool though. It is a nice looking helmet, and it technically matches with my blue armor. It's just that I just dropped $15 for my helmet, so I'm not about to just run around with the free one. No. I'm bummed out that I don't get to run around with the Thief Troopers anymore. Ooh, there we go. Okay. So I gotta be careful because I need the samples, the orange ones. Okay, let me do some, and this is perfect because I'd rather watch YouTube videos while I'm on Xbox, so I can more easily navigate back and forth with everything else on my computer and stuff. It's nicer. Okay.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Anjali Kamath. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Thursday the U.S. will impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran after President Trump promised to wage, quote, economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. Bessent told CNBC that U.S. economic pressure would eliminate the need for return to direct combat with Iran. He said tough new sanctions would collapse Iran's government and warned other nations could face severe economic penalties if they continue to trade with Iran.
We are going to all of our allies, and this is going to be the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world, and we are going to them and saying you are either with us or against us.
Iran's foreign ministry condemned the threat of new sanctions as illegal and inhumane. Meanwhile, the USS George Washington aircraft carrier has arrived in the Middle East to relieve the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has now been plagued by low morale, faulty plumbing, poor quality rationed meals, and shortages of basic supplies.
Just because it's not, you may not be able to see it. It's this is 3 days old. I forgot exactly when the latest update from them comes out, so I think and it's Monday. So I think I'm just a bit too early. So this is, I think, from Friday.
Supplies. The Lincoln is reportedly heading home to San Diego after a record-setting deployment of more than 270 days at sea. In Yemen, Houthi fighters and government forces have traded dozens of attacks, raising fears that Yemen is sliding back into full-scale civil war for the first time since a UN-brokered peace deal in 2022. Government forces claimed 81 attacks over 24 hours, while Houthi fighters said they'd successfully used drones to strike an airport and an oil facility in Saudi Arabia. Sudan's humanitarian crisis is deepening as more than 200,000 people have been newly displaced across the Kordofan region due to intensifying attacks between the Sudanese army and paramilitary, rapid support forces. Drone strikes have targeted critical water and power infrastructure in the city of El Obeid. Mass floods in North Darfur have also compounded the displacement crisis, with torrential rains damaging hundreds of homes. In Tunisia, hundreds of protesters marched through the streets of the capital Tunis on Thursday, calling for the ouster of authoritarian President Kais Saied, the release of jailed opposition activists and journalists, and the restoration of democracy. The protests come as Tunisia faces deteriorating public services, an affordability crisis, and a shortage of some basic supplies and medicines. Many of the protesters chanted, "The people want the fall of the regime," a popular refrain during the Arab Spring uprising that ousted longtime dictator Zain al-Abidin bin Ali in 2011.
We have gone back to a state where people are afraid to speak the truth or to defend their rights. We fear differences or opinion. We fear debates and discussions. Personally, I say we have returned to the same concepts that existed during Ben Ali's regime. It's the exact same story. We've returned to the concept of people fearing the ruler, and we've gone back to many ideas that led absolutely nowhere.
In Mali, a Russian-controlled paramilitary force faces accusations that it carried out the summary execution of 9 civilians, including 4 children, during a raid on a village in the central region of Mopti in July. According to Human Rights Watch, about 100 fighters with the Russia-backed Africa Corps, accompanied by several Malian soldiers, broke into homes, dragged people out, and separated men and boys for beatings and interrogations. They've reportedly killed 6 civilians who tried to flee and detained and executed 3 others. Since 2021, Mali's military junta has relied on Russian mercenaries in its fight against Islamist armed groups. In the occupied West Bank, large groups of armed Israeli settlers stormed Palestinian homes in the town of Sa'ir, northeast of Hebron, earlier today, killing a young Palestinian man and leaving a 70-year-old with serious gunshot wounds. Survivors say the settlers set fire to at least 1 home. Elsewhere, Israeli settlers set fire to a quarry in the South Hebron Hills overnight, causing severe damage to excavators, bulldozers, and stone-cutting equipment. The United Nations reports attacks by Israeli settlers and Palestinians have reached an all-time high in 2026, with an average of more than 6 attacks per day, as the Israeli government continues to approve new illegal settlements. After headlines, we'll go to the Palestinian village of Kusra to speak with Louis Reedy, a Palestinian-American who flew to the occupied West Bank on Monday to help his relatives defend the family home, which Israeli settlers have surrounded for more than a week. In California, progressive Democrat Aisha Wahab has won a special election to fill the congressional seat vacated by disgraced Representative Eric Swalwell, who quit amid sexual misconduct claims. In 2018, Wahab became the first Afghan-American elected to public office in the U.S. She'll now be the first Afghan-American U.S. Congress member representing parts of the East San Francisco Bay until the new Congress begins in January. This is Aisha Wahab speaking to supporters on election night.
We saw a lot of negative ads distorting our record.
Shame.
talking about us in a negative way, that we're not good enough or we're not American enough. And the fact that because I'm an Afghan American, because I'm a Muslim American, because I'm a woman of color, because I'm relatively young, that we don't belong. And the voters of this district spoke out. And
Aisha Wahab won with 53% of the vote against Democrat Melissa Hernandez. Polls had showed Wahab with a double-digit lead in early August before AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, poured over $6 million into negative ads and mailers targeting her. Meanwhile, AIPAC and its super PACs channeled at least $3 million to Hernandez's campaign, according to Politico. They will face off again in November to decide who will represent the district in the 120th Congress beginning in January. In related news, FBI agents seized a cell phone and laptop from former Congress member Eric Swalwell after he was stopped at the San Francisco airport Saturday. The following day, federal agents also searched Swalwell's home in Washington, D.C. as part of a civil rights investigation into allegations of sexual assault. Swalwell is also facing probes by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office and Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. CNN reports at least 4 women who've accused Swalwell of serious sexual misconduct have been contacted by the FBI as part of that investigation. In more election news, Reuters reports a handful of billionaires and companies are driving record levels of spending on congressional contests ahead of November's midterm elections, with crypto, gambling, and artificial intelligence firms fueling a flood of campaign cash. So far, U.S. corporations have spent over $500 million on U.S. House and Senate races. That already exceeds the previous record of $461 million spent by corporations during the entire 2024 election cycle and does not include millions of dollars in additional contributions made by dark money groups that hide the identities of their donors. Meanwhile, President Trump is in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina today to support the campaign of Republican Senator Darlene Graham, who was appointed to fill the vacancy left by the sudden death of her brother Lindsey Graham in July. Darlene Graham faces Republican Congressmember Ralph Norman in a special Senate runoff on Tuesday. Critics have called Graham dangerously unqualified after her poor performance at a debate earlier this week.
Senator, are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States, and if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military.
The Trump administration has deported 20 immigrants to Liberia as part of a new third country agreement that will help see the West African nation receive up to 1,200 immigrants with no ties to Liberia, removed from the United States. The first group arrived at the Roberts International Airport outside the capital, Monrovia, on Thursday. As part of the deal, the U.S. has reportedly agreed to extend visitor visas for Liberians from 12 to 36 months, according to The Guardian, and pledged some $124 million in assistance. Immigrants deported to Liberia will include people from Latin America and the Caribbean. In related news, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reports ICE is seeking to deport an Iranian woman to the Central African Republic, a country to which she has no ties, and which the State Department has deemed too unsafe for travel. She's currently detained at the Stewart ICE jail in Georgia. Meanwhile, in Texas, a minor league catching coordinator for the San Diego Padres was detained by ICE at an El Paso airport as he attempted to travel back home to Arizona. Oswaldo Pirela is originally from Venezuela and has a pending asylum claim and valid work authorization. Pirela lives in Phoenix with his wife and 2 U.S.-born daughters. He previously played for the Texas Rangers minor league team. His brother, Jorge Pirela, wrote on social media, quote, "The people who have worked and lived alongside him can speak to his character, his work ethic, and the positive impact he's had on those around him." The Department of Homeland Security is defending harassment tactics deployed against people who've criticized the agency's deadly crackdown on immigrants. That's the claim at the center of a First Amendment lawsuit filed by David Strever, a U.S. citizen who was on a trip to Finland when 2 ICE agents showed up at his home in Rochester, New York in June. The agents reportedly presented his wife with a warning notice due to an email Striever had sent months earlier to former ICE acting director Todd Lyons, comparing him to a Nazi and calling him, quote, a monstrous human being. And the New York Times is reporting that the owner of a major Dominican sugar producer accused of forced labor at one of its plantations has close ties to President Trump. Central Romana's owner, Jose Fanjul, a Cuban-American businessman known as Pepe, donated to Trump's 2024 campaign and his White House ballroom. Just weeks after Trump returned to the office, the Trump administration lifted a measure that had prevented the company from shipping its product to the U.S. On Tuesday, the Corporate Accountability Lab, an independent nonprofit, issued a report finding the company is still responsible for abusive conditions. The report found many of the plantation's workers are of Haitian descent. They face poverty wages, excess overtime, and intimidation and threats from management. And those are some of the headlines.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
So one night I was dropping into a search and destroy mission on the bugs. As you know, the search and destroy missions are only 12 minutes and are pretty easy to complete if you're just going for the base objective. But whenever I join a mission like this, I'm always trying to 100% everything. When I joined this mission, there was only 7 minutes left on the timer, so I purposely brought a vehicle to try to speed things up and see if we can't complete all the objectives before the timer runs out. So I drop in near this heavy nest with this player S3 who has a mech, and while we're trying to destroy it, the host calls extract. Now in my mind, I'm just thinking that he's just calling it in to save us time when we go to leave, so I don't give it much thought. So me and S3 destroy the heavy nest, and my next thought was, let's see what other objectives are nearby, and notice there's an artillery, so I mark it and drive towards it. So I'm starting the artillery objective. Looks like S3 is making his way towards the mega nest area, and S3 in the chat wisely asks, we leaving already? And I'm glad he asked, because I was wondering the same thing. You never know what intentions the host has. And the host says, 5 minutes left. And in my mind, I'm thinking 5 minutes is plenty of time to at least take out one more objective, minimum. But I kept my mouth shut and didn't say anything in the game chat because I've gotten kicked for far less. Now, in the meantime, S3 decides to do his best Spider-Man impression and says, see you, chump. I'm going to guess that he was upset that the host was leaving so soon, and he, like myself, was under the impression that we had plenty of time to take out more objectives. And that's really my goal for all these missions, because I'm trying to give people the most XP possible and try to help them out as much as possible. Anyways, I keep my mouth shut. I figure if the host is smart enough, they're looking at the map, realizing that I'm just loading the artillery shells. So I go back to the console, I line up the signal, I get in my car and start to drive away, and then I get kicked.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
Yes, you saw that correctly. I got kicked for completing a side objective. Quite honestly, I was so pissed off at that, I just left the game immediately. In hindsight, I could have easily stayed and completed maybe one more objective and just entered the ship for an easy extract, but in all honesty, I was just so pissed off that this player decided to show no patience whatsoever when someone was just trying to help them and said, oh, this guy isn't doing what I want him to do. I'm kicking him. He didn't say, hey, G4, come back to extract, we're leaving. He didn't communicate any of that. All he said was 5 minutes left. And that could mean a million different things. So, PSA, if you are the host of a lobby and you want people in your lobby to do something, just ask directly in the game chat. Communicate with your teammates clearly. The game chat is there for a reason. In my mind,
I never really think about it because I'm kind of like in the game, I guess. But I host a lot. Even though I'm a solo player, it's because I'm a solo player and I don't want to deal with the way the multiplayer system works. If I do play multiplayer, like when I do pickup groups, I'm hosting the lobby. I hate that that's what that's like. But I saw something else from I think it was Super Earth Salutes, who I consider like in-universe style content creators. Like, it's really cool how they do everything, right? So Super Earth Salutes was saying that there's a common understanding that when you're the host, the enemies tend to like key towards you more so than anyone else. And I thought about that for a second. And I said, well, I honestly don't know if that's my experience, because I wear this armor, this Trailblazer Scout armor, and I'm not gonna lie to you. What is that? What am I looking at? Huh. I thought, something told me my spider sense was tingling. Because of the Trailblazer Scout armor, it has an effect on detection rates. This is what I kept seeing over here, thinking it was a fabricator. I see your ass. Okay, these two lights throw me off. Okay, so the thing I'm looking for is up here someplace. There it is. Blew myself all the way up. Okay. So this armor reduces the amount of, or increases the distance or whatever. It keeps them from detecting me at different ranges. And I personally feel like when I'm playing by myself, if I bring certain equipment, it completely negates my armor's passive ability. Like, if I bring a backpack that you know fires a weapon of some sort, like a rover or whatever, that rover completely negates my armor's passive ability, because the rover has its own detection score. So the moment I put the rover away, then my armor's abilities like kick back in. That's what it feels like. But like, there's certain things that, oh, hello. Like the light triggered. Okay, so he didn't see me, but he kind of saw me. Oh no, he fucking saw me. I feel like if I was playing a multiplayer match, my armor's bonus would have kicked in and he wouldn't have detected me. I have been in the middle of massive firefights with a whole squad, and see how the distance, I can't gauge it, but they're not supposed to see me at a certain distance. And I feel like my armor is supposed to like have prevented them from seeing me, but I don't know. I don't know how to measure the distance, but yeah, I feel like whatever my armor bonus is, whatever it's supposed to do for me, it does it way more with all 4 players on the map, and those dudes actually don't see me like they're supposed to. And so on and so forth. Like, oh, you look at that. All right, gave me exosuit. But yeah, so I can't really. I mean, I kind of noticed it. I noticed in the middle of firefights, I can run right past dudes, and they don't even see me. But I don't know. I can't. I haven't like sat there and looked at footage.
Hosting a lobby in any game, much less Helldivers, is like that famous quote from Uncle Ben in Spider-Man.
With great power comes great responsibility.
And a big part of that responsibility, as a leader, it's your job to communicate your desires and requests clearly to your team. Don't be a dick about it. Don't boss your teammates around. Just keep it simple and straight to the point. If there's something you want your teammates to do, speak up politely, respectfully, and if they still don't listen to you, or if they give you attitude about it in response, then I would argue it's fully within your right if you choose to kick them. Now, with that being said, I'd love to hear from you guys. What kind of host are you? What are you willing to tolerate and not tolerate? How long of a leash do you give your squad mates? I know everybody has a different approach to hosting games, but I do think that there are some unwritten do's and don'ts of lobby hosts that I feel like should be talked about more. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Anyways, that's it for me.
What 18-year-old goes to a friend's house to party? All the friends go downstairs to the pool area, and he goes upstairs to talk to her father about boats? Mind you, these children had been drinking all day long. And he and his buddies don't go home until 3 a.m., mind you.
Now, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me they went to a pool at a lady friend's house?
Heard that bullshit.
And you upstairs talking to her dad? I've never seen that. I've never seen that. I have literally, in all the pool parties I've ever been to, and all of the friends that I have ever met up with, at no point did I ever choose to be upstairs with her dad. That is, I didn't choose it. I might have been called upstairs because of, you know what I mean, I was making it weird outside, you know what I mean? Or maybe they were asking me to go home. I might have been called upstairs. I definitely didn't choose to. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video, and salute to everybody supporting the channel over at thepeoplesgetup.com. Don't forget to send your merch pics to me at admin@reesewaters.com. I'm Reese Waters, and I'm troubled because more people aren't talking about everything that Jay Megan found out.
I figured it out. I figured out the Nolan Wells timeline. I know how they messed with the GPS. I figured it all out. I figured out the lies that are based in truth. I figured it all out, and I've got proof. But stick with me because it's going to be a long video, y'all. Now, I found a 15-page Marine Patrol report that had lots of little details that prove that the boys had been lying.
Also, going to Tatum. I would say going to Tatum also proves that. I don't know that anybody's ever been like, let me go to Good Morning America, the Today Show, ABC News, NBC News. Nah. Brandon Tatum.
According to what they told me, they all took a lie detector test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's not a traditional lie detector test.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I'm sorry, come again.
And it's an equivalent of a lie detector test.
The equivalent of a lie detector?
Oh, bitch, come on, man.
The equivalent of a lie detector test?
So I stuck myself with a grenade.
Nancy Grace, you better get him. You better get him.
But it's the same theology.
Hold up.
Theology.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
1:30 in the morning, the initial Lieutenant Odom with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office said that his deputies spoke with several of the friends who traveled to the island on the vessel with Nolan. And they said that he left in the company of an unknown female and that he chose to remain on the island.
So what was the next step? Did you guys ever engage with police? Or?
Yeah, so the first time I talked to the police was July 7th. I talked to the lead investigator, and I told him my whole story top to bottom. Dot every I, crossed every T. I told them everything I knew, every little detail.
Well, that's a lie now, isn't it, Warren? Because you talked to them at 1:30 in the morning that night. I mean, did you just forget to tell the cops about Katie? Because it's not like you didn't know it was her or you didn't know how to get in contact with her.
The girl that he was with, Katie, had texted somebody that she heard people yelling.
Correct.
Yelling.
Yeah, and I have a picture of that. She texted somebody, and the next day everybody was panicking. Everybody was texting Katie, because she was obviously seeing Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him. He's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat.
But Katie says that she assumed that she went on the boat after y'all were yelling at him. And let's not forget that the last time you saw him was 3.
Well, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. And Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms.
Cradling a girl? That's all he said was cradling a girl? That's all we get? The man lost his life. We're not covering for him with his girlfriend. We need some details. If not, that's mighty suspicious, ain't it?
Right.
And yet for some reason around noon, the name of another girl who hadn't even seen Nolan in a year was given to the patrol to go interview, saying that she was with that group, not Katie. They also gave the name of a couple of other friends who they weren't able to get in contact with. And despite having a picture of a text message from Katie, funny how you didn't share that with Officer Tatum.
Huh. Brandon Tatum. They didn't share that picture with you, huh? I wonder why. Maybe they didn't think you was safe. Huh. They wouldn't be wrong there.
Probably could have cleared up some stuff real quick, right? Now let's get to the data. Now, at about 1:30 on July 5th, they were doing a flight of drones based on the relation of the last known anchor position of the Atkinson vessel, which I have documented right here. 4:30, Officer Strickland contacted Jennifer Pyrone, who was Wyatt's mother, who told them that he had already spoken to officers earlier in that day, but they were happy to cooperate with any investigation. And she let this officer take a picture of the GPS. Officer Strickland observed the track line showing Pyrone's vessel location on Horn Island, then gave coordinates. I'm going to need you to remember this exact phrasing. It's going to be important later on. Now, this was the GPS coordinates from the picture that the officer took, meaning that these coordinates had to be a different one that was verbally given over the phone by Wyatt.
Okay. Got it.
And you'll notice they're quite different. Now you'll notice that this incident report says the involved entities are Bart Edmington and Jerry Adkerson, not Wyatt. Even though Wyatt is 18, he should be on this report. And you could argue that they were just giving the names of the people that owned the boats, but somehow I doubt that 21-year-old Bart owns that boat.
Now, how in the world did Wyatt stay off the paperwork? That's suspicious, ain't it? Wyatt mysteriously stayed off the paperwork. I don't think he could go back to the hood.
You'll notice on this report that 2 different pieces of GPS evidence were collected. So now we're going to go to the July 8th report where they came and they took those GPS coordinates from both the Adkerson boat and Bart's boat. Yellow is Bart, blue is the grandfather Jerry. You know, the same Jerry that called and canceled the sea tow as the sea tow phone call was being made. Now, mind you, this is 3 days after the police had come and spoken to the mother and gotten the GPS coordinates. Now, Bart had a germane GPS map chart plotter. Jerry's boat also contained a germane GPS map chart plotter. Now, I had to look up the difference between waypoints, tracks, and routes. So waypoints mark specific spots. Routes connect them in a planned order, and tracks record your actual path. Now, according to that GPS data, there is no movement from 11 to 4:30, but we know that that's not true. Warren has never been able to logically explain how they ended up so far away from the shore. Because according to him, he said at 3 o'clock, that was the last time he saw Nolan, Bart was trying to yell at him to get on the boat. His brother got into a fight, so he got his brother to come over there. That's when he saw that it was all sinking, because he said this.
There's a lot of people on, so it drags water in, and eventually, I think over time we were out there for a couple hours, the boat just started filling up with water, so I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater.
Yes, but according to Warren, he had just seen Nolan, like neck deep, cradling a girl at the boat next to them. So how did they end up in 31 feet of water at the 4 o'clock call? There's an hour in between that. If the battery is submerged, how would they even get away from the sandbar? You can see in the background of this picture, they are far away from people. And yet this GPS is saying that you were stationary the whole time. But why?
But why?
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 Especially because we have actual fucking proof right here. We have the coordinates that Wyatt's mom gave them the second time, and the cop took a picture of the GPS. Compare it to the GPS coordinates in which they were trying to get a tow from.
Okay. All right. Got the new ones.
But what if I were to tell you that not only does a waypoint need to be physically saved on this exact type of GPS, you have to intentionally say, mark this spot, or else it doesn't automatically save. It records your tracks automatically, but those are just saved coordinates. And it turns out you can actually delete tracks. Super easy. You just go into the main menu and you delete it off of your data. So why is this GPS data, which is right here, so much further away than what the GPS says it is later? There's no data included in that GPS report that explains them going from here to here, unless someone went in and deleted those tracks.
Hey, Bart, where your tracks at? Where your tracks?
Because they probably dropped that waypoint once they anchored, which would explain why Warren said they showed up at 10:30 and the GPS says that they showed up after 11. And so then it wasn't until half an hour after the canceled tow that they dropped another waypoint. And mind you, the exact same GPS was used in both boats, and Wyatt/Jerry's boat has the tracks and routes where Bart's does not. And again, it tracks it automatically, so you have to intentionally delete those tracks. And why did they do that? Well, it turns out Jerry Atkinson just so happens to be the owner of Ocean Marine Group in Ocean Springs and Gulfport, which is literally a boat dealer. So guess who's gonna know that information? You already know Grandpa Jerry was in the mix because the only way that he could have canceled the sea tow before it even started to head out is if Wyatt had called Jerry first and Jerry told him to call for a sea tow and then canceled it for him, which would explain why he couldn't give any descriptions of where the water was. How high was it?
Now, wait a minute. So if I got this straight, they called for a sea tow, but it was canceled before it even went out. And what you're saying is the same person that advised they call for the sea tow is the one that canceled it.
You don't find that suspicious?
Now, why would you do a thing like that for any reason other than to say later that you called for a sea tow?
That the sea tow did not bring in the boat. In fact, Bart's mother came on Facebook and said that there are pictures from my son's boat of the boat about to be towed, which is clearly who is about ready to tow them here as Wyatt is on the phone. I can tell you 100% that this is not a sinking boat. You can see Bart bringing them in this picture.
Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me y'all took pictures of Bart bringing y'all in? Y'all took... Hey, do you? Hey, you like it? I love it.
But Bart was supposedly the one yelling at Nolan to get on the boat, remember? Why would he be yelling at Nolan to get on a boat that's sinking? Unless he was telling Nolan to get on his boat. And Warren accidentally explained what really happened with the engine. Whatever happened with Nolan happened on Bart's boat, allegedly, which is why all of Bart's information was deleted.
Wow, you have presented a whole lot. Shout out to the Nerdy Pink Panda, aka J Megan. It's just been a lot to follow. If we can wrap all of this up.
So here's what happened. Both this one and this one confirmed that there was a fight that broke out on the beach. Started out with him, ended up with Warren's little brother. His uncle says, we gotta go. They hop on a boat and they leave. He grabs his drunk younger brother and says, we're getting out of here too. 3 o'clock, this whole caravan is trying to get the hell out of there because they're drunk and fighting. Wyatt's boat was in such a hurry that they couldn't figure out how to put the freaking trim down, which caused the motor to overheat, quickly stranded them, and Bart had to come help them. The time that Bart shows up, something has happened between him and Nolan. They're all distracted trying to fix the bilge pump because it didn't trim down. The waves were crashing over the boat and into the bilge pump, short-circuiting it. During this, some people have figured out that Nolan is gone. Other people just think that he's passed out or something, which is why Wyatt calls his grandfather to figure out what the F to do. And as the phone call is being made, more people are figuring out something's wrong with Nolan. That's why they didn't start moving again for 30 minutes. They were coming up with a plan and figuring out how to make it work.
But wait, there's more.
There were 3 boats in their group that day: Palm Beach, the Triton, and the Tideline. Warren said they got there at 10:30, even though the GPS said that they dropped their waypoint at 11:19. He said the Tidecraft, the Palm Beach, and the Triton were all anchored up next to each other. At 3 o'clock, he gets into a fight with some stranger who didn't like the way that he was talking to his girlfriend because, I mean, look at the way he was talking in this interview. I don't blame them. And they had a fist fight. His uncle was like, we're getting the hell out of here.
Oh, I believe that. I definitely believe that. When I saw that backwards hat, I knew he probably get into a lot of fights. I could see that. Yeah.
I remember at one point in time, I look over and I see my uncle, and my uncle's yelling at me to get in the boat. I stopped fighting. As soon as me and him made eye contact, I got my uncle. I got in the boat.
Then Warren says that his brother was also involved in the same fight.
He'll come up to me and say, hey, your brother just got in a fight.
Wait a minute. Warren's brother was involved in the fight with backwards hat guy? Was they jumping? Was they jumping? Are y'all admitting to that right now?
I got on the Triton, and the Triton had probably about 6 inches of water up to the transom, and I was freaked out because I'm good friends with Wyatt, and that was his boat, and no water's coming out, no access water's coming out, and it was a big issue because I think the reason was because there were so many people getting on and off the boat. At some point, the boat was very, very crowded, and there was just a lot of people on, so that it drags water.
Yeah, that's not how boats work. Boats don't flood getting in and out of water. Mind you, I'd also like you guys to see that they are in much shallower water than they claim. But I digress. As someone whose parents have had several boats in their life, boats don't just start sinking because people are getting in and out of the water. I think they were trying to run as well because there is an underage kid who just got into a physical fist fight on the island. All of them are drinking and driving boats, so they're trying to hightail it out of there. Now, Warren...
It sounds like drinking and driving boats underage is what it sounds like. Now, excuse me, I'm not a maritime veteran. I'm not up on all the legalities of such a thing, but
Warren goes into so much detail that he accidentally explains what really happened, but not in the way that he was saying it.
I think over time we were out there for a couple hours. The boat just started filling up with water, so I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater, and so the motor wouldn't trim down. I mean, my buddy would go to trim it down from the console, and it trimmed down, and then it come right back up.
Now, trimming the motor means they move the propeller closer to the transom and it lowers the bow, which means they can drive through choppy water without risking that choppy water to come into the boat. Failing to trim your boat up and taking off at a high speed can not only overheat very quickly and cause it to shore, but if waves are high, it won't cut through the wake and it will cause the boat to porpoise and possibly have rough, choppy waters get on your boat.
Trim up versus trim down.
So, I mean, on the way out there, it was pretty calm. I think it was blowing like 3 or 4 knots. I mean, the waters were clear. It was a great day to be on the water. Sunshine, not cloudy at all. And I mean, it was a great day to be out there on 4th of July. And so, I mean, we followed each other out, and I mean, it was calm. It was calm. On the way back, it was a little more rough, but it was not anything all my buddies' boats couldn't handle, or like it wasn't like we were getting beat, really beat.
Now, as you can see, it is tilted up here in the back, and look how low the front is. He admitted that they hit choppy water at one point, so not that hard of a stretch to think that the water started coming over the boat, and that's when they were in trouble. That's when the bilge pump stopped working. Because Warren, when they claimed that they were leaving and he was jumping into action because it was sinking, he says this.
Maybe disabled to where you could get it out from Horn Island. So what happens after that?
Wyatt jumps the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Byron, you're sitting looking, trying to pull trash out the bilge, and the bilge is basically a pump that pulls the water, the access water out the boat. So the bilge was failing to work. So any access water just sitting in the boat wasn't getting pumped out. So I looked over the gunnel and I looked at the release hole for the bilge, and it was eating with the water. So I mean, we're all freaking out. All of our, we're not focused on anything else other than the boat. Well then, eventually, my buddy Bart on the timeline is like, I'm gonna pull you all out.
So even though they were still on the island, he jumps out and throws out an anchor? Why did they pull the anchor up to begin with if they were sinking? If they were sinking, why was Bart offering to tow them out? Why would they risk being that close to the island and that close to ground to sink out further? Because again, look at how shallow of water these boats are in. So what I suspect is that everybody just hauled ass and left, but because the trim was not going down, it overheated, that stalled out, then the crashing waves were freaking everybody out. But even Warren couldn't keep his story straight or his timeline straight, because then listen.
All of our, we're not focused on anything else other than the boat. Well then, eventually, my buddy Bart on the timeline is like, I'm gonna pull you all out. So we're around all this, all this chaos. We left at 4:30 and there were still just as many people there, if not more, than when we got there. I mean, probably around the same amount. It was crazy. Like, there was a lot of people. And I mean, eventually, Bart pulls us out. We left at 4:30, but we really weren't pulled out away from everybody. We were probably about a quarter mile out.
So he says it right there, that Bart pulls them out. They leave at 4:30. And you may be thinking, well, he pulled them after. He towed them after, but...
It's out. We left at 4:30, but we really weren't pulled out away from everybody. We were probably about a quarter mile out, and we had the towing strap pulled from, Bart's port side cleat, or starboard side cleat, and he was on our starboard side bow. And so he was rubbing on his power pole. So Bart turned around, pulled up next to our boat, and we were just trying to get situated.
Well, that's when Y called Tito.
We know that that phone call was around 4 p.m. to the private towing company. Now, in my last video, I went into detail with the Bart, the fight, all of that stuff, the discrepancies between like the neck of water and then suddenly being in 31 feet of water, etc. I'm going to skip over that. Now, the last data point for the GPS was at about 8 o'clock that night. So then they go over to a female friend's house to go to the pool. And yet, instead of joining his friends in the pool, this is what Warren did.
At a lady friend's house.
Right. I never got to the pool. I talked to her dad for a while, and I mean, all my friends were downstairs. I went upstairs, talked to her dad. We were talking about boats and stuff, and I've been with my friends all day. I was just talking to everybody, but.
So you talked to the young lady's dad, and then how long was it before you realized, or you guys realized that, well, where's Nolan at?
I mean,
All right, well, now I got to stop your ass, because what 18-year-old goes to a friend's house to party, all the friends go downstairs to the pool area, and he goes upstairs to talk to her father about boats? Mind you, these children had been drinking all day long. And he and his buddies don't go home until 3 a.m., mind you.
Now, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me they went to a pool at a lady friend's house and you upstairs talking to her dad? I've never seen that. I've never seen that. I have literally, in all the pool parties I've ever been to, and all of the friends that I have ever met up with, at no point did I ever choose to be upstairs with her dad. That is, I didn't choose it. I might have been called upstairs because of, you know what I mean, I was making it weird outside, you know what I mean? Or maybe they were asking me to go home. I might have been called upstairs. I definitely didn't choose to.
Now, I know it's been a while since I've been 18, but that's a long day in the hot, in the sun, drinking. Sounds to me like you were talking to this dad to help with the story. And then you go downstairs and your friends just so happen to be talking about Nolan, and then you're like, oh my God, I should call the Coast Guard.
Oh, so it was right when you come outside that all of a sudden everybody starts talking about Nolan. Huh. Well, that's convenient now, isn't it? That is convenient. That didn't come up when you was upstairs talking to the dad at all?
Well, I went back downstairs, and all my friends were just hanging out, and my buddy Wyatt had a dress, talk about Nolan. And I was like, well, where is Nolan? Have y'all heard from him?
It just seems pretty convenient that after his powwow upstairs with the father of his friend, he comes downstairs, and then all of a sudden they start talking, have you seen Nolan? No, I haven't seen Nolan. Have you seen Nolan? Maybe we should call this person. We should call his mom. Almost seems like they actually go back downstairs after talking about what they should do about the situation with the dad, or whatever it is they were really doing at that time, came downstairs and started talking about Nolan publicly so that everybody at the party could be organic witnesses to when the conversation happened. Because he kept contradicting himself. He kept saying, I wasn't too worried about it, but then also we know that they can kill people. But also, maybe I would just call the Coast Guard, just to make sure it's okay. I'm so mad I didn't save it, but in one of these interviews, they said that Katie was supposed to come to the party with them later, which is why Nolan said he was going to hang back with her. So why would they dry snitch to their friend's mom before getting in contact with Katie? So as I was making this video, I caught something so big it changes everything. Throughout this entire interview, Warren insisted that Bart's boat was a tide line. He was so sure of it, said it over and over and over again, claimed that there were 20 to 30 people on that boat. By the way he talks about boats and the equipment and stuff, it seems like he has some general knowledge of it and knows a lot about boats. So maybe y'all can tell me why, in this report, when they gathered the GPS evidence, does it say that Bart was driving a tide craft, not a tide line? They're entirely different designs, purposes, manufacturing styles. Mind you, this is what tide crafts look like. They ain't fitting 20 people on them. This is more what tide line boats look like, y'all. So did Bart bring 2 boats with him? Warren said Bart's dad was originally supposed to go with them. And tide line boats don't fit 20 people either.
Now, I got a question. Now, are we sure that there wasn't a 4th boat out there?
Not only have I found more evidence of a fourth boat, not only have I found a lie in their timeline, but I have also discovered a deep political connection, not only to a former governor of Mississippi, but to Turning Point USA.
The melted gun is cool.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said connected to a former governor of Mississippi and TP USA?
Rare sample.
Man, TP USA can't stay out of nothing. Y'all can't stay out of nothing. Y'all have something to do with the reflecting pool?
Off, this picture has surfaced in which it's clearly the group of boats a little bit further out in the water altogether. Now here's what is supposedly Bart's boat. We can see the Garmin on top. You can confirm this black boat from this other picture. We can see Wyatt's Triton right here, and we can confirm that by the motor. As you can see right here, has that black stripe on the white motor.
Wait. Pull that photo up one more time. I want to check something. Nope, no other black people. Nope, I don't see none.
Now, in between the two boats is the Palm Beach. You can clearly see it labeled, and it's got that stripe, right? As you can see, the stripe is there, and yet there's this design right here and no Palm Beach. And you may be like, Jay, that doesn't prove that it's a different boat. Maybe we just can't see it, even though it should be right there according to this picture. But if you look in this video, you can see that there is a black propeller right there. See black propeller, and you can very clearly see the Palm Beach right there on the side. And if you look really carefully in this photo, you can see right there a black propeller. There's another boat on the other side of these three boats. And given the lack of the name on the boat and the black propeller, I'm going to assume the Palm Beach is on the other side, which means there's 4 boats right here. Then I rewatched Warren's interview.
And I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. No one was not with me. And I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And, well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddies, and we went.
I feel like if I brought my Quasar cannon,
ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat
I would have more
Palm Beach.
success in
He's like,
terms
Palm Beach,
of
and I drove the boat from
running the mission. And
from my boat launch to
also,
my
I should have really.
buddy's grandparents' house.
I've been using
So Wyatt had his buddy's boat already hooked up to the back of his truck. He said he and Wyatt and his other buddy went and got ice and filled up the boat. And Wyatt went and put the Palm Beach, his smaller boat, into the water.
It's kind of fun.
And we know there was a second boat, the Triton, that was driven by Wyatt. Wyatt had 2 boats in the water. Who was driving his other boat?
Nolan was on Wyatt Pyron's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart, because we had a lot of friends from college coming down, and I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well, my dad's decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends. Of course, I mean, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton, and then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton, and then there was the rest of the group, which was probably ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people.
Now, wait a minute. So Warren already had a boat hooked up when he woke up that morning. I'm assuming that had to be the Triton that was hooked up, right? Yeah. Then he said that Wyatt went and put his smaller boat, the Palm Beach, into the water. Then Warren said that he was the one who drove the Palm Beach to their friend's dock. Assuming that Wyatt drove the Triton to the dock and Bart drove his own boat to that dock, who drove the Palm Beach out to the water then? Because he said that he got a ride in with Bart. Even though at one point during the interview, he said all of his stuff was on the Palm Beach. So it sounds to me like Warren was the one driving the Palm Beach. I'm also like, what parent would let their kid, who's obviously going off to party, take 2 of their boats and let their drunk friends drive? Like, it isn't making sense to me. I mean, maybe these parents are just shitty parents and irresponsible.
Well, we have already seen the drinking and the driving of the boats, not to mention the fights, and that's just the stuff we admitting to. So I guess that's how they was raised.
There are more GPS coordinates in the report than what we have seen publicly. I'm gonna play you a clip from the interview, but remember, at 5:30 is when they started picking up regular speed, all right? It's right here, 525, speed miles, 30 to 35 knots.
I may not make it to this one. It's
playing dolls and you have water in the boat, and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, And we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, like the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate and napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the islands.
Now you heard him. He said that they took off going 40 miles an hour, and they didn't go to his buddy's grandparents' house, but they went to Fort Bayou to go do a plug thing. Except right here, 5:44, vessel arrives at El Camino Road. 8 minutes later, then it departs from El Camino Road and headed east into Fort Bayou. So right there we have a lie. The boat did stop before going into Fort Bayou. 6 minutes later, it comes back to El Camino Road, and the vessel departed El Camino Road half an hour later, headed southwest to St. Martin Bayou, and then turned southeast into Biloxi Bay Bridge. Then they went back to the Bayou boat launch. Then the boat was taken to Cardinal Lane, which was Wyatt's residence. Now, because I am an absolute genius, I was able to find it. This was where they left and where they came back that day, then came back several times. Now, first off, why aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? We know that Nolan was with them when they left, so why do they have the security cams from that morning, but not that night?
Wait. Did you say they came back several times? They came back several times. And we have the footage from that vantage point, so we should see them coming back several times. What you mean y'all ain't got the footage?
Hey, yo, what the?
That's enough to cast suspicion just by itself.
He's right, you know.
If a crime happened in my home and my surveillance footage was mysteriously missing during the window that the crime occurred, y'all would put me in jail just for that.
Whose grandparents live there? Jax Patalo, whose family owns a pharmacy. It goes back deeper than that because George Patalo Sr., which is Jax's great-grandfather who is deceased, as it turns out, his great-grandfather was appointed and served on the staff of Mississippi Governor Cliff Finch. As you can see, I've confirmed Jax's relation to him. And as it turns out, Cliff Finch, well, he was in the Mississippi House of Representatives from 1960 to 1964 and supported racial segregation and backed the racist governor, to preserve segregation in the state.
Hey, Cliff Finch, you thought you got away with it, didn't you? You thought you got away with being a segregationist and a racist, didn't you? Oh, yeah. Legacies are forever. Yeah. And yours just went right down the drain. Thank you, people. For bringing this to our attention.
The federal grand jury conducted a 3-year-long investigation into his administration and several state agencies, and they were all accused of corruption and mismanagement. Finch was never found guilty himself, but some of his aides and appointees were indicted. And those sort of political connections seem to trickle down through the generations, so now we know why the governor got involved. And I started looking into the lawyer that's handling the defamation case from the Bart family. So from 2015 to 2018, he was state director of Americans for Prosperity. Then in 2018 to 2020, he was vice president of Stand Together while being vice president of Americans for Prosperity. Stand Together is a Charles Koch nonprofit, and Americans for Prosperity is a libertarian conservative political advocacy group affiliated with Charles Koch and David Koch. And if you don't know who the Koch brothers are, they're evil. Guess who's one of the major funders for Turning Point USA? Major donors for the Koch brothers also are primary financial pillars for Turning Point USA, specifically their campus operations. And guess who used to serve as the director of urban engagement?
Urban engagement? Brandon Tatum. Urban engagement. What was the color of the TPUSA urban engagement? Did they do the red, black, and green? Is that what they did? Did they do kente cloth for urban engagement? Is that what they did? Wow. Well, that just came full circle now, didn't it? The Koch brothers to TPUSA, right to Tatum. Y'all keep the circle tight. Y'all do keep the circle tight. Now, about that defamation case. Ex-teammate of Nolan Wells takes steps to sue influencer over online accusations. Bart Edmiston Jr., a former teammate of Nolan Wells on the Ocean Springs High School football team, is set to pursue defamation claims after alleging that a flurry of unfounded accusations on social media led to a death threat. Wait. Does that say a death threat? A death threat. We suing for a death threat. Hey, Benjamin Crump. Hey, bring up Nolan's mother's mentions. I want to see something. Oh no, I think we got hundreds of them things.
But wait, there's more.
This is now my third time making this video because they keep taking it down because they don't want you to see what I have found. Katie has dry snitched, y'all.
It's an epidemic. It's an epidemic. That's what's hot in the streets with these kids. This generation today, they don't love nothing more than dry snitching. We see it every day.
Here we see Katie's Snapchat where she's wearing a teal swimsuit and she's with a girl in a blue and white striped swimsuit. On this video of the 3 boats, you're going to see a girl in a blue and white striped swimsuit right here on Bart's boat. And right next to her with the same long wet hair is a girl in a teal swimsuit on Bart's boat. Make sure you have your brightness turned all the way up because here we have Katie in a teal swimsuit and look at her head. She is wearing a white hat. Oh look, the video of the boat getting towed. Teal swimsuit, white hat. And that's not all, folks. Again, turn your brightness all the way up because right here we've got somebody wearing red trunks. Oh, and look what we have here. Red trunks. And here's those same red trunks on the shore right after the fight with Tristan. Katie is claiming that she allegedly caught a ride home with somebody named Marty McGrath. It just so happens that a Marty McGrath is the co-owner of the Biloxi Bay RV Resort and Marina in St. Martin. Here it is, and my, that is a massive dock way out in the water. And would you look at that? It's right next to the grandparents' house. Now, in that report with the GPS coordinates, didn't they say that they went southwest towards St. Martin Bayou? Yeah, that's right, it did. And it also took them 45 minutes to get to that boat ramp over there that only takes about 6 minutes on land. Like I said, they are trying to take down my page. Make sure you are following my backup here. But Katie, I want to say one thing to you. You're young, and I know you don't realize this yet, but these are not your friends. Be a hero. Do what's right.
Well, I won't hold my breath. That's for sure. I will not hold my breath. That's the way that's going to go. But I definitely appreciate all that J. Megan, the nerdy pink panda, was able to outline and illuminate right there. Somebody should tell the authorities. You know what I mean? They should be put on to all of this stuff.
Come on, fam. It can't be. Let's dig a little further here, fam, because there's got to be a reasonable explanation for this, right? It has to be. I just dialed the number, and this is the same number that is listed. Okay, just to show you proof, this is Judge Ashley Cole, P.O. Box 998, Pascagoula 39568. And the phone number I just dialed was 228-769-3036. That is Judge Ashley Cole's phone number. So how is that the tip line? I mean, something has got to be off. Let me dig a little further here. So what is that, fam? That looks like the same number as the sheriff's department. Is there some type of mix-up? Maybe there's a mix-up. It's got to be a mix-up, man, because there ain't no way these people are that bold. It's the same number as the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, 228-769-3036. 228-769-3036 is the same number as Ashley Cole's. Well, maybe there's some type of mix-up, fam, because I dialed 228-769-3036 and got the sheriff's number.
Aha. So any information you may have just leads right back to one of the parties of this particular. Got you. So you don't actually want any of this information then, apparently. I believe that's not to mention how social media is handling all this, or at least TikTok. Got it. Well, that's not suspicious at all.
If you don't want to get, I mean, that's like, I don't know why. Like, why would you repeat it to me as if I didn't say?
2-month-old baby just got here, just spawned, doesn't know where it's at, doesn't know what the hell is going on, doesn't matter. That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants. Not every single day I wake up in the morning praying on somebody's downfall, but today is not one of those days. Hallelujah, the Lord has answered the call. He sees us, he acknowledges us, and he does indeed love us. You go see exactly what I'm talking about. Run the clip!
Asmon Gold, one of the biggest streamers in America, saying that migrant children should be shit. He then got banned from Twitch, and then he made a video doubling down on his comments. And you actually had all this starting last week when Asmon spoke about a wave of thousands of migrants from Morocco crossing the border into a Spanish territory in northern Africa. Right in that, it sparked a ton of chaos in the area, as well as a ton of misinformation online. And while discussing this, you had Asmon defending the idea of migrants who illegally cross borders like this, including children.
Can't make this shit up, swear to God.
Shoot them, problem solved. That's what I would do. That's what I think they should. I think they should just shoot them. Like, I've said this before. Like, I know that it might sound like, oh, well, you shouldn't do that. I have no sympathy for doing that. And I would do that in a second. Because it's the right thing to do in the long term. And there's always, this is emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people. They have kids with them.
I want to point out that, one, this is Kyle Plays' boy. He felt like Helldivers should really hear what this nitwit had to say. And also, his whole entryway into political conversations is playing World of Warcraft. So, take that for what it is.
Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever. Yeah, I'd shoot whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men, anybody, just shoot them. They're going to stop coming over. Because if you don't do that, they'll use children and women as shields to get themselves over. And then they'll put more women and children at risk because they know that they can use them as collateral so they can get more of themselves over. That's the way it works. That's the way an animal thinks, and these people are animals. They're savages.
Right, so this psychopath is pretty much calling for the piece of migrant children because of their immigration status. 2-month-old baby just got here, just spawned, doesn't know where it's at, doesn't know what the hell is going on, doesn't matter. That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants. I'm glad that people that lack empathy and compassion for the human race like this exist because they are perfect for the camp that we're trying to put together. And they lack emotion, so they're pretty much like human robots. Those are the best workers. Like, fam, we're gonna have this on the starting lineup. He's gonna be working 12 hours a day, every single day, no breaks. Big rocks into little rocks. You already know the motto. Write it down in the comments.
He then had him acknowledge that his comments might sound extreme and cold, but he claimed that a country should do whatever is necessary to protect its borders. And again, arguing that by all migrants that come over, including kids, it'll stop adults from using children as so-called shields.
What?
And while responding to comments, he added,
"You say kids? Yeah. No, that's. I mean, obviously that's what I said, right? I mean, like that's clearly like. I mean, that's like, I don't know why. Like, why would you repeat it to me as if I didn't say it? Keep the kids, deport their families. What do you think the kids do? The kids grow up and they resent you for supporting their families to turn to terrorists.
So chat, quick question. So according to him, it's completely okay for us to unalive and delete migrant children for no tangible reason. But let me ask you, what should we do with cockroaches that live like this? I'll tell you what I do when I see a cockroach. When I see a cockroach just like scurrying across my garage floor, I take a lighter and I burn it to a crisp. Yeah. And then I find out where its little cockroach nest is with all of its cockroach friends. I take a lighter and I burn that too. Yeah, they all start scurrying and screaming like the Fire Nation just attacked. When you see cockroaches, you f***ing burn them. I say all of that to say, sir, you are a f***ing cockroach. I mean, you look like a cockroach. You act like a cockroach. You smell like a cockroach. You probably have the same hygiene standards as a cockroach. I mean, I've never seen a man so hell-bent on proving how unhygienic and disgusting he is. I've never seen a man so proud of being so disgustingly unhygienic. Don't believe me? Watch this.
There's a roach flying at me. Give me a minute. Get him out of the... What are you doing, bro? Get out of my... Go in the garbage can. I know this might be a surprise, but I shower about once a week.
That's what you call a goddamn shame.
More McDonald's drinks. I probably have 30 McDonald's drinks here.
Oh my God, look, it's him and his brother. It's him and his little brother. Oh my God.
Well, you saw that he had a decent chunk of his audience that he's cultivated supporting this. It also led to a ton of backlash. And so you have people writing things like he was casually dropping genocidal rhetoric and normalizing the of women and children, adding still got his fan base on their knees saying dumb shit like he's got a point. No, the fuck he doesn't. Psychopath with a platform. And then even when you had reports breaking that Asman had been temporarily banned from Twitch, the criticism only grew louder with something that those comments, they were so bad that it should be permanent. But then on the other side of this, you saw that his ban sparked outrage for a different reason. One, you had people saying that he shouldn't have been banned in the first place. And two, you had some saying, hey, if Asman's rhetoric landed him a ban, Hassan Piker should also be banned. Even at Elon Musk writing, why does Twitch have this double standard?
Why the f is this arguing with a bunch of streamers? Go build my car.
Which then resulted in Hassan jumping in to try to defend himself, suggesting that the clips that Elon was using to justify a ban were taken out of context, whereas, quote, Asman Gold urged people to and kill migrant children, which is very real. And while his supporters agreed with that take, and Asman Gold supporters agreed with their take, there was also a fair share of people that were like, yeah, ban them both. So now one of the latest people to address the controversy is Asman Gold himself. Because over the weekend, you had him posting a video titled, Why I'm Gone. And there, you had the explanation partially being tied to the ban, as well as a health scare he said that he was dealing with at the same time that he went to the ER over, though it looks like it was nothing serious. So then with that, he explained that the ban that he got from Twitch, it lasts 2 weeks, though he plans to appeal it. And though he doesn't know for certain, he suggested that these comments about migrants were what led to the ban. But really the part of the video that got the most attention was when he chose to double down on that narrative anyway.
This gotta have the high score for somehow always finding a way to look the most disgusting on camera. Swear down. He just never disappoints.
I'm straight upset. I think you should shoot these people. The people are saying that you couldn't do that because, well, there might be kids in the crowd. And my response to that is that you should shoot them anyway. You should do this anyway. And it doesn't matter really what the collateral damage is. You should defend your borders, especially when you're being invaded by such a massive force of people. And I also referred to the people that use the human shields as animals. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think they're animals. If you use children as human shields in order for you to invade a country or in order for you to do terrorist attacks, I think that you're a f***ing animal.
And what do you call somebody that wants to mow down a bunch of innocent children with a machine gun? You?
I'm not sorry for it. I want to let you know that I apologize for nothing. I meant exactly what I said. And I think that these borders should be defended with lethal force.
You then also had Asman pointing to other situations where he thinks that children potentially being used as shields should not be spared from harm.
In a lot of gang culture, what they do is they'll use children to commit crimes because they know the children will not be sentenced in the same way that an adult will do. If these kids were being charged as adults, the entire tool that these people were using, these gangs were using of having children commit crimes on their behalf, this tool would effectively be rendered ineffective. But we don't want to do that because it makes people sad to put kids in jail. But from my perspective, the way that I see it is that it makes me sad to see kids that were abused, that are tricked, and that are put into these situations.
Serious question, just real quick. Is he retarded? There's a big difference between children going to jail and children dying. Like, I don't know if you know that the difference between those two is a very drastic difference. I don't think he understands, because he's just perpetually online playing World of Warcraft all day. When you die, that's it. You don't spawn back. I just want you to know that. You're calling for these children to just cease to exist, for them to meet their maker. That's not the same thing as the kid going to jail. It's not the same thing at all. Just the fact that you would say that, I just don't understand.
I think that I really do have the most moral and ethical position on this. Because the moment that you create an incentive, you also drive a behavior.
In this video, again, it highlights, depending on where you go on the internet, drastically different reactions. But if you go into his comments, you'll see a ton of his fans agreeing with him, upset with Twitch, saying he did nothing wrong. But then you hop somewhere else on the internet, and there's no shortage of people saying this choice to take those comments further and refuse to apologize, all while planning to appeal the ban, it just stoked more anger. Or with people arguing, someone going, I apologize for nothing when getting banned for advocating for the slaughter of women and children should disqualify you from appealing said ban.
Yeah, and somebody that also looks like a f***ing mole rat should not be going around calling people savages and animals.
Tripling down and quadrupling down on killing migrant children is completely deranged. Only 14 days is not enough for this insane rhetoric. Keep him banned indefinitely.
Permaban. I 100% agree with that. Let me tell you why. The people that are in his community, okay, the 4chan users, the incels, the Discord mods, they're not like me and you. They're not like the rest of us. When we get mad, okay, we take our anger out in the gym, in the boxing ring, maybe, you know, we scream in a corner for 20 minutes straight. When they get mad, they write out manifestos, walk into a building and light it up like the 4th of July. And somebody listening to him saying this might do just that, okay? You never know. That is why he needs to go. Okay, that is why he needs to go. He needs to be gone indefinitely. Now, if this was the United States of your true captain, this wouldn't even be something that we'd be discussing right now. Okay, I'm not saying you gotta vote for me, but I'm just saying.
And Jakes here replies, these people are animals. They're savages, said by the guy that wants to shoot women and children. And Hex says he doesn't want to. He just is saying it could be a possibility if you bring them along as human shields. It's not hard to grasp.
You say kids? Yeah, no, that's, I mean, obviously that's what I said.
That's not what he said. That's literally not what he said at all.
And Jake says, there are a plethora of other ways to address the border problem that does not involve women and children. To stop on and consider, well, I guess we have to shoot them all. It shows that on some level, he wants. Holly Dolly Duality replies to the clip by saying, this dude is a f***ing animal, a savage, in the literal sense. He genuinely lives like a parasite-riddled bear, in a f***ed cave that smells of piss and blood, literally. Some people just don't deserve an opinion. He's objectively one of them.
Shower was built in his house for no reason.
Sneeko quotes the clip by saying, demonic filth, not even a human. Evan Loves Worf says, yeah, he's literally a sociopath and should be treated like one. Nyara says, genuinely wild that like this is so normalized that everyone just shrugs and goes, it's just Asmund being Asmund.
Nobody's surprised when a rat steals cheese and he just so happens to look like a rat. Do with that information what you will.
Andy Cortez quotes it with an old Kotaku article from one of Asmund's previous bans, where Kotaku titled it, Asmongold on suspension over the Commons. Quote, I've slowly been devolving into the most mean-spirited, psychopathic version of myself.
Go figure.
Yeah, that's what you get for saying you want children shots. Pretty reasonable ban. And Sour Chaz replies, when I'm in a take it out of context competition and my opponent is Dean Withers. And Fern says, when I'm in a I need context to justify not kids competition and my opponent is Sour Check.
What context are we missing? He literally doubled down and tripled down exactly what he was saying.
Good. It should have stayed permanent. Guy kills his mom with his chud lifestyle and is a racist piece of shit. And Toby Turner replies, Dexerto casts a summon. It is super effective. Tectone says, should have supported him. Then he'd be safe.
Fun fact, chat. This guy's girlfriend left him for Drake. Like, they were literally on a date and everything. It's on you. It's crazy. Sucks to suck, buddy.
A Sneeko clipping account, Sneeko Replay replies with an edit of the soldiers reading that instead to say cockroach dead. Uma Palma quotes the post by saying, make it permanent, you cowards. He is teaching young men to be terrorists. He's teaching them that unarmed children should be killed. Blood will be on your hands when the next sprays an immigrant family because of his words. And Stale 2000 replies, so do you agree then that advocating in favor of designated organizations should receive a ban? And Uma Paula says, Brian, you do not have the capacity to participate in this conversation. Your main role is nursing from the activity of others because you are a leech.
I didn't know people on Twitter get down like, I gotta be on Twitter more, I swear to God.
Sneeko on why Asmongold shouldn't be banned on Twitch.
Asmongold got banned on Twitch. I don't think Asmongold should be banned on Twitch. I think I should be unbanned on Twitch. If he's gonna have this rhetoric, if he's gonna say that babies should get in the head, if he's gonna say that Palestinians are subhuman while roaches run around his attic, if he's gonna say that Ben Gvir should Lebanon more, let me be on Twitch to combat it. I believe in free speech. I don't think it's good that he's banned on Twitch. Some of you guys are saying W, but yeah. Instead of banning him, just allow people like me to push back. You know, he talks about me every day on Twitch, and I'm banned. I don't even know why, right? We know Asmongold probably got banned on Twitch. There's a clip of him saying that illegal immigrants that come over the border, he would shoot the baby in the head if an illegal immigrant is carrying a baby because they're going to use the baby as a human shield.
You can only imagine what kind of fantasy runs through this guy's head. I swear to God.
I don't know why I'm banned. Nobody does. Not one person in the chat, Twitch, Dan Clancy. Dan Clancy himself will be asked on a live stream when he streams, hey, why is Sneako banned on Twitch? He doesn't respond. He says, I'm not going to talk about banned creators. Dan Clancy will talk about why Destiny's banned. He won't talk about why I'm banned. Because there's no reason. They just banned me because they needed to throw somebody to the wolves because the ADL was applying pressure. And instead of banning Hassan Piker, they banned me, right? I was fed to the wolves to keep Hassan Piker, but to appease the ADL. That's why. That's why Dan Clancy won't answer that. But be consistent. Instead of banning Osmongold, unban him and unban me too. We know why Osmongold's banned. We don't know why I'm banned.
Way to make it about yourself, Sneako. Always finds a way to do it. Never fails. Chat, I don't even hate Sneako. I don't hate him. I don't like him. It's like a sort of like a neutral sort of situation with me and him. But goddamn, dog, we're trying to light a giant cockroach on fire right now. You're fucking it up.
Casey, Asmongold's girlfriend, also makes a post where she's just posting herself and the caption is "Shut up." And Rick Osaka replies, "Your ugly, unwashed boyfriend advocates for shitting children." And Casey says, "Based."
She says that as she posts a picture using AI to literally make herself look like a anime body pillow.
And Rick says, "You're pathetic." He'd also posted this clip of Hassan reacting with a caption. Hassan says Asmongold and his community are worse than animals and asks where their humanity and empathy are. Calls Asmon a walking TOS violation.
He does commentary, like violent commentary, urging his followers to go out and do violence against the police for what he perceives as the police protecting the Somali community in Minneapolis. He's done that. I mean, he's advocated for violence by leaning into systemic forces of violence often. Like, that's the way he does it, where he'll just be like, I should just kill everyone all the time.
Wow!
Asmongold has advocated to put people in concentration camps, labor camps, for you know, civil offenses. He's advocated to murder protesters exercising their First Amendment rights. He also doesn't shower at all.
Can't forget about that one. He does not. He's definitely allergic to soap. I don't know why we're listening to a guy that's allergic to soap. I'll be honest with you, I don't even like Hassan. Okay, he looks like Jeff Dunham's jalapeno puppet. But Chad, there's a saying, an enemy of my enemy can sometimes become my friend. You know what I'm trying to say?
Asmongold reveals his Twitch suspension is for 2 weeks and that he will likely appeal to see if it goes down to 1.
I got suspended for 2 weeks. I'll probably try to appeal it, see if I can get it down to a week. We don't really know. If not, maybe I'll stream on Kick or something. Maybe I'll just take a vacation. I'm not really sure. I haven't decided yet. But anyway, that's the TLDR. There are definitely criticisms people have of me that are valid, where like I probably do dial it up a little bit too much and maybe I could use different rhetoric, etc. But I want to let you know that I apologize for nothing. I meant exactly what I said, and I think that these borders should be defended with lethal force whenever it's being invaded by 40 to 60,000 people at the same time. That's an incredibly dangerous thing for all the people that live in that country, and I don't think that a government has an obligation to allow a bunch of invaders to pour over and potentially kill their own citizens. I find this to just be horrible, and ultimately it should be stopped.
Like, fam, I'm all for defending borders and all of that. That's fine. That's cool. But how clinically insane do you have to be to think that every single illegal immigrant coming into the country is just hell-bent on murdering you, so you have to murder them? Not only do you have to murder them, right? You have to murder their wife and child, right? Like, just everybody just needs to die. This is where we're at. This is the timeline. This is the timeline that we're living in 2026, by the way.
I think that I really do have the most moral and ethical position on this. Because the moment that you create an incentive, you also drive a behavior. And in my opinion, if you don't capitulate to this emotional blackmail, you also don't allow these people to target and victimize these children by using them as baggage and effectively shock troopers in order to accomplish a goal. I don't think that I said anything wrong. I think that a lot of people actually agree with me. And I think that the way that we've taken military action in the past, things like, for example, World War II, would indicate that actually this is not as much an objective reality that some people would make it out to be. And again, these are the same people that have no problem using children as props and having them, like groomed by adults, about their gender, taking them to ICE protests, putting them directly in danger because there are rioters and criminals and violence there. Who would ever bring a kid there? And these are the same people that are saying that I'm wrong for saying that creating an incentive for people to human children, use them as human shields, is a bad thing.
Unaliving innocent migrant children is quite literally the worst incentive ever. What is this, Coney 2012?
I said it in a very abrasive way, and I'm going to continue communicating that way. It's how I was raised. That's the way I communicate, and that's the way I think. And I'm not sorry. And I understand that sometimes I use abrasive language. Sometimes I communicate in a way that's a little bit, harsh. And, People can say I'm mean, they can say I'm evil, they can say everything, but they're not saying I'm wrong.
Yes, we are. Like, you're wrong.
I think that ultimately we should look at a lot of these uncomfortable truths with a lot more of a clear mind, rather than allowing it to be polluted by people that I think want to hurt us, people that want to put us in a position that is not advantageous. And that's the reason why I communicate the way that I do. It is hopefully to normalize this type of language and for people to see things for what they are rather than what they want them to be. And I think that's for better and for worse. That's the reason why I talk the way that I do. I'm not sorry. It's probably not going to have to. It's probably not going to stop. I'm going to try to obviously tone it down a little bit because I don't want to get suspended all the time, right? Contrary to popular belief, it's great to have a vacation, but I don't want to have them all the time. That's the way that I feel. That's my reasoning for it. I view it as a trolley problem, and I think it enables you the moment that you capitulate to that type of emotional blackmail. So like Twitch emails me, and they say like, yeah, you had an accidental content violation because you accidentally showed something on your stream you shouldn't have showed. And like they sent me an email for this. I said, I respond back. I'm like, oh yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. And so then I get suspended for 2 weeks. No email. I don't have any email. So this is the funniest thing, by the way. I actually don't even know this is why I got banned. Twitch has never communicated to me what the thing is that I did wrong that got me banned. I'm just guessing it's probably the thing that everybody was mad about, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's actually some other random clip that had nothing to do with this. But that's generally what my thinking on it is.
By the way, all of this that he's advocating for is a humanitarian crime, by the way. Like, the only reason why you're not locked up in Guantanamo Bay right now is because the stench that would come off of him down there would be so disgusting that all of the terrorists would escape and quite literally kamikaze the shit out of the prison. Chat, am I lying? Am I lying, chat? Tell me I'm lying right now.
Basically, the city is being used by a mass invasion of military-aged migrants that have come over for various different reasons. And people are saying that you couldn't do that because, well, there might be kids in the crowd. And my response to that is that you should anyway. You should do this anyway. And it doesn't matter really what the collateral damage is. You should defend your borders, especially when you're being invaded by such a massive force of people. So this never really was a conversation about baseline immigration enforcement. It was never about using kids or anything like that. But the reality is that with a lot of these third world countries and a lot of their cultures in the world, if you use a Western frame of reference to look at the values and the morality of the third world people like this, you're going to render yourself blind. You will not understand their theory of mind. They don't look at things the way that you do. That's why Joseph Kony has his child army and there was Kony 2012 and everything. That never really went away, by the way. It's still happening. It might not be necessarily him, but there's other ones that are just as bad, if not worse.
He says that and then doesn't realize that he's literally doing the exact same thing. You and Kony equally don't give a f about those kids' lives. That's why you don't care if they die.
Liberal women want to turn America into a third world country. And then pointing at him saying, has the politics of an African warlord. Curtis says, Democrats are perfectly happy with their party using women and children as shields for their political goals. Mr. Obvious quotes the clip by saying, Asman isn't wrong. What bothers me most is that kids are basically being sold into on US soil because we have zero friggin' borders.
Why do these niggas think of the absolute, most kids are just coming over here and just going to school and playing Pokemon, what the Okay, bro, we're done. We're done. We just can't. This video is getting too long and my head is hurting and we're done. It's over. It's over. Welcome to 2026, ladies and gentlemen, where there's people on the internet that wake up and just say, you know what? Yeah, murdering kids, that doesn't seem like a bad idea. Just doesn't seem like a bad idea. I think if it's done right, if it's done properly, if you're watching this, I quite literally wish nothing but the absolute worst for you. Maybe if I had even a little bit of respect for you before this, is all gone. There's no respect left. I can't wait for you to join us in our beloved camp. I'm sure you're gonna do just great. Chat, I want to get a starting 5 in the comments. Give me 4 others that we can add and accompany him to the camp for the starting 5. People that are just as wicked, because that's just gonna make it 10 times more satisfying. Let me know in the comments down below. In all seriousness though, ladies and gentlemen, we are currently in the dark ages. This is real life. This is what people are saying. This is what people are doing. And every single day, humanity is slowly moving further and further and further away from God, to the point where the most innocent people of God's creation, children, are being advocated to be gunned down. I mean, it doesn't get more sick than that. It quite literally doesn't get more sick than that. Hopefully, when I become president one day, when all you guys vote for me, none of this will happen. I will have a strict disciplinary regime for people that talk like this and people whose hygiene consists of this manner, and none of this will happen. Okay, so if that sounds good to you, make sure you like the video right now. A like a day, make sure my presidency happens one day. God, that's gonna be a beautiful day when that happens. So make sure you guys like the video. If you guys have not liked the video, sub to the channel if you guys have not subbed to the channel, man. Let me know in the comments. I don't think he can hold the sledgehammer with 2 hands. What do you guys think? Should we have him in the courtyard swinging the sledgehammer, or should we have him like down on the assembly line? I genuinely want to know what will be best for him and his army of incel skinny arm hooligans. Let me know in the comments. If you ever see him in public, do me a solid, point, laugh, tell him he smells, all that good stuff. You guys already know the deal. Love you guys, appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. You guys already know this. I'ma see you guys in the next video. Peace.
So, every year, the country commits mass murder for 12 hours and then opens for business at 7 a.m. like nothing happened. This supposedly lowers the crime and unemployment rate to 1%. All 3 of those things make absolutely no sense, and that's not even all of it. We'll get to what people would actually do if the purge happened, because we're about to make the best purge plan out there. But let's zoom in on those 1% numbers first, because that is the only reason the purge gets to exist in the first place. Every year, or I suppose every year, the new founding fathers get on TV and say the same 2 things. Crime is down to 1% and unemployment is down to 1%. One night of murder and the county runs clean all the way to next March. The crime part I can kind of go along with. Give everyone one night to go absolutely nuts and maybe they behave after. The jobs part is where I got stuck. How does killing people fix unemployment? Somebody gets murdered on purge night and that frees up a job somewhere? For who? Everyone at the job was also out murdering. Well, I win and looked at what the movies actually say, because in anarchy you find out the government runs its own death squads, drives them into the poorest neighborhoods, and does a big chunk of the killing itself. Now it makes a lot more sense. The point is to get rid of the poor, and a lot of the poor are the people without jobs. You can't be counted as unemployed if you're dead. Clear out enough poor people every March and the number goes down on its own. That also wrecks the rest of it though. Collateral damage amongst the same people will also get people working the cheap jobs and renting the cheap apartment killed. Now, kill a load of them off every year, and you've got fewer workers, empty buildings, landlords with nobody paying rent or giving tips. Not exactly the roaring economy they keep putting on the poster, and we still haven't talked about what actual purges do to people and companies. Just wait a little bit for that. The number says 1%. So as far as the TV's concerned, it worked, but is that really the case? Hear me out, because maybe the broadcasting is propaganda. Right now, I'm still trying to make sense of it. And I think there is more propaganda hidden in the rules. First one, you can only use weapons up to class 4. Anything bigger than that stays banned. So on the night where all crime is legal, there's a list of weapons you're still not allowed to touch. A free-for-all with the banned equipment list. Sure, no one would break the rules. And guess who still gets the big stuff? Those government squads from a minute ago roll in with full military gear. So the poor end of town is down there with kitchen knives and handguns when the guys sent to kill them showed up with the good weapons. Really fair. But that's not the rule I have a problem with. The one I do have a problem with is the rule that top-ranking government officials can't be purged, immune, which means the people who invented the night where anyone can kill anyone wrote themselves out of it. It's like the government deciding to change the age which you can get a driver's license from 16 to 18. The people it influences can't vote, and the people that can vote are already allowed to drive. Now, if the purge is really this big release valve for people who feel powerless, the most obvious target is the government making their life miserable. Who do the poor and unemployed usually blame? Yeah, the government. Who did the wealthy blame for not allowing them building permits for like mega mansions? The government. That's the one door they bolted shut. You can aim your age to anybody, as long as it isn't the people actually running things. Then election year, they go and prove it for me. They scrapped the immunity rule for one night, specifically so they can go after a senator who's campaigning to end the purge. But why is anyone even staying around in the first place? You know the exact date, same slot every year, March 21st, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 12 hours, and it's done. Nobody wakes up that morning going, oh no, is it today? So the obvious move is to just not be there. Book a little trip, leave the day before, roll back in the day after. And the purge is an American thing, so you don't even have to go far. Canada's like right there. Sit in a motel across the border and watch the whole thing on the news from a country where nobody's legally allowed to hunt you. The rich could do this without thinking about it. Plane ticket money is nothing to them. Well, if you're booking last minute, you need a fortune to leave. But what does the guy in the first movie do? Ethan Hawke's character got rich selling purge security systems, big lockdown shutters, the whole setup. He made his money selling other rich people the gear to seal themselves in. And on the night, this guy, who can fly anywhere on Earth, decides to sit inside his own house behind his own shutters and just hope it holds. Why? You sell the shutters, man. Your entire plan is to hunker behind your own product and pray? Now, the poor staying, that I get. No money means you can't just leave town for the weekend. That's kind of the whole grim certain point, which makes the rich staying even weirder. Or, well, probably reads as chickening out in your own country when you can hunt the poor. The movies actually catch up to me on this eventually, and by the last one, Forever Purge, the plot is Americans running across the border into Mexico to escape it, and Mexico opening its gates for a few hours to actually let them in. It took them 5 whole films to go, oh, right, you could just leave. And forget leaving for a second. Say you stay. All crime is legal for 12 whole hours. I'm putting the emphasis on all. Now,
crime,
what does
right.
everyone in these movies go for? Murder. Every time. They grab a machete and hunt somebody down, which is a really
But what about,
odd
like,
pick, because murder
embezzlement?
is one of the rarest crimes there even is. I looked this up, quick nerd moment. In America, the murder rate sits around 5 people per 100,000. Property crime, so theft and that kind of thing, is closer to 2,000 per 100,000. Theft on its own is about 3/4 of all crime in the whole country. When people actually break the law, the overwhelming thing they do is take stuff. Meanwhile, here's what I'd be up to. And step 1 isn't even a crime, I guess. You tell me in the comments. I'm setting up a new business, a purge version of Polymarket, that site where people bet real money on real world stuff, elections and all that. Running an unlicensed betting market is illegal every other day of the year. On Purge Night, doors wide open. And imagine what people would put money on. Total body count by sunrise, over or under. Which house on the street goes first. Whether your loud neighbor Gary makes it to 7 a.m. Live odds on every celebrity and senator in the country. I'm ignoring that.
Okay, so the Your True Captain video was the last official video of the segment. We're in extra time, and I actually have like a good 40 or 50 minutes of extra time video. So what I'm going to do is start getting set up for the next segment and let the video playlist play while I, make some changes. So bear with me.
Politician immunity role, just, you take a slice of every single bet, you lay a finger on nobody, and you wake up richer than anyone who spent the night swinging a hammer. The house wins, and for one night, the house is fully legal. You don't even have to pay anybody because there are no laws, remember? Then, while that's printing money in the background, I get to work. Start easy. The Purge lands on March 21st. You know what else is happening in March? Tax season. You've got from January to mid-April to file, and they've handed you one legal night smack in the middle of it. So, you sit down, cook the books, file the most beautiful made-up tax return anyone's ever seen, and there's not a thing the IRS can do about it. The IRS, they owe me millions. It was legal when I filed it. Then I'm off to a notary I bribed, because anything you sign that night still counts the next morning. Forge a couple property deeds and wake up legally owning a skyscraper. Forge a will and become sole heir to some billionaire who's, unfortunately for him, still very much alive and confused. Then the bank. Fuck no, I'm not robbing it. Not with a shotgun, that's amateur hour. Get into the records. Delete my mortgage, wipe the student loans, and while I'm in there, add a few zeros to the balance. It's legal, Feeling greedy? Forge the CEO's signature on an ownership transfer and stroll out legally owning Apple. Print yourself onto the filings of every company you want. Rank the whole stock market before it opens back up. And then, the big one. Remember the rank 10 rule? The officials, who legally can't be purged, ever, spend one night with a computer and forge yourself into a rank 10 official. Boom. Now you're untouchable in every single purge for the rest of your life. So why is everyone still going for murder? Like, this is where it loops back to the propaganda for me. The government never once says, go forge a deed or do a little bit of light tax fraud. It's always kill, release the beast, purge and purify, because a forged deed doesn't help them. So the smartest thing you could do on Purge Night is the exact thing they've spent millions making sure you never think of, I think. Still piecing it together. But fine. Say you ignore every smart move and everyone really does just go out and kill all night long. Even that completely falls apart the second the sun comes up. So the siren goes at 7 a.m. and the purge is done. And everyone just clocks back in, goes to work, opens the shop, waves at the neighbor. The same neighbor who was trying to kick their door in 6 hours ago. And physically, how? For 12 hours, there's no law enforcement or like medical or fire department, anything. So if your house catches fire at 8 p.m., it just burns till morning. Somebody guts you at 8:01, you're lying there for 11 hours waiting on an ambulance that legally cannot come. Then 7 a.m. hits and what? The country flips a switch and it's a normal Tuesday? There are thousands of bodies in the road. Buildings burned to the ground, cars flipped, shops smashed, whole blocks wrecked. Who's cleaning that up? Is there a big national street sweep every March 22nd? Some poor guy with a mop and a bin bag going door to door? Wait, hold on a minute. What about that 1% unemployment rate? If people, burn down offices and businesses, that's gonna go up. Every bank and health insurance company would get hit every single year because of how criminally they treat their quote-unquote customers. And the hospitals, 7:01 a.m., every ER in the country gets slammed at once with everyone who's been bleeding out all night. People who'd have been totally fine with an ambulance at 8 p.m. are gone by 6 because help wasn't allowed to exist yet. That is, if the hospital is even still standing. And you're doing this every single year, rebuilding a chunk of the country from scratch, over and over. That's gotta cost an absolute fortune, which loops right back around to the economy they keep bragging about. You can't run a healthy country while burning a piece of it down every March and mopping the bodies up by lunch. But, you know, the bit that really gets me is nobody seems bothered by any of it. You watched your street try to kill each other, you hosed blood off your porch, and Monday you're back at your desk like it's fine. So yeah, none of it makes sense. Which raises the obvious question. If the whole thing's this broken, how has it made a fortune across 5 movies and a show? Something in there is clearly working. And when I stop poking holes and ask why I still watch these, it's pretty simple. Nobody's turning up for the economics. I'm sure you probably know the answer already. Nobody ever bought a ticket to a Purge movie to learn how the unemployment rate works. You go for like one question. What would you do? The first movie just gets that completely. It's small, one family, doors locked, and a group of people outside who, you know, they want in. The rules are gone for a whole night, and a family has to decide who they are when nobody's watching. And it works. Tense the whole way through. Then the later ones turn into a class thing. The rich hunting the poor, and a system rigged so the little guy is the one who's supposed to die. And that anger lands, because it's not a million miles from how a lot of people already feel about who the rules actually protect. And the closer these movies stay to that feeling, the better they are. The second they slow down to explain the 1% that rank 10 stuff, the new founding fathers and their whole rulebook, that's when it starts getting shaky. The dread is the good part. The rulebook is the part I just spent a whole video pulling apart. And the money, it backs all that up. The first Purge cost about $3 million to make, and it pulled in around 90. So Blumhouse did what Blumhouse does and kept going. Anarchy, election year, the first Purge, the forever Purge, a whole TV show. Each one leading harder into the politics, because politics is what people were actually showing up for. And it's still not done. A 6th one is in the works right now. The creator's already written a script, they're eyeing a shoot this year, and Frank Grillo's coming back. None of the stuff I spent this whole video on ever really mattered. Okay, except maybe the whole economic business side of the Purge. I would totally go pay to see that. The rest was absolute nonsense, and none of it was ever the point. So, does the Purge make any sense? Of course not. Does it need to? Also no. It just needs you to stay in that house till 7 a.m. And if you want another franchise that falls to bits the second you actually look at it, with even more killing and gore, Terrifier does the job pretty well. Click here to watch that.
I'm going to show you a clip, and then after, I'm going to ask you 3 questions. So let's watch the clip.
So now a black woman plays Helen of Troy in a movie, and white people scream, historical accuracy! Accuracy? You painted over black Madonnas for 1,000 years, you fucking morons! You don't want accuracy, you want your comfortable life!
How could Alexander the Great be white if the Macedonians who were Greek were black? Can somebody explain that to me? I asked my friend Steve, he sells insurance. He said, I don't think about it.
Rome rearranged spells more! I didn't make this up, that's an anagram! The Romans didn't just have melanated emperors, the name itself is a confession. Rome was a black operation!
They won't make movies about the Moors, because if they did, white people would have no history to steal. They'd be exposed as the late arrivals they are. So they give you crumbs. One black Cleopatra, one black gladiator. Never the full meal, because the truth would set you free.
It's pseudo just because you don't know it, that's fair. I don't know how airplanes work. But they still fly. You don't read about the Moors. You don't comprehend. You just talk. That's me at parties. Nobody invites me anymore.
If you think Greece was white, go read Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers. It'll show you the black nobility of Europe. Or keep your mouth shut. One or the other. Preferably both. The Trojan War was Moorish. Memnon had braids. Fucking braids! And Helen was melanated, but every painting looks like a Scandinavian wedding.
Remember, Rome was founded by Etruscans and Sabaeans, Ethiopians from India. Italy's origin story starts in Africa and Asia, but they want you to think Caesar had a tan. He was
Okay, I'm sorry that I made you watch so much of that. Okay, here's the questions. 1, did you know that that was AI generated? 2, if you did, what tipped you off? Please tell me in the comments, because underneath that viral video, there are so many people that didn't know that it was AI generated, are fighting tooth and nail to say that it's not, or they just don't care. Which brings me to my 3rd and final question. If people like the content, does it matter that it's AI generated? Yeah, it matters a lot. Let's talk about it. Hi, I'm Francesca Ramsey, your internet big sis, and media literacy is my latest hyperfixation, especially when it comes to AI generated content. Media literacy is defined as the critical ability to analyze and evaluate media in various forms. It empowers you to decode hidden messages, spot misinformation, and understand how content influences behavior and society. And this viral clip is a perfect example of why media literacy literacy is so important. My friend Londale Jr., who is a fantastic comedian and stand-up coach, sent me this as a DM on Instagram with a long message about how pissed off he was that 3 million people had shared this clip and didn't know that it was AI or just didn't care. One look at it, it's obvious to me, like their faces are melting. That's not Chris Farley. Sorry to that man. I do not know that man. So this clip features George Carlin, Norm Macdonald, and melty-faced Chris Farley seemingly commenting on the racist backlash to Lupita Nyong'o being cast as Helen of Troy in Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Now that premise alone should have set off major alarm bells. I am currently editing the video that you are in the middle of watching, and I forgot to include something. Okay, part of this whole Odyssey controversy included people making AI-generated videos of Lupita Nyong'o to somehow prove that she was not a good enough actress or she wasn't pretty enough to be Helen of Troy.
I'm supposed to believe they went to war for her?
Yes. Racist, anti-blackness is a sickness. They're using AI to prove something that's not true. And now people are using AI to try and prove or justify why she deserved to be in the movie. Okay, back to the video. Media Literacy 101. Does it make sense? Is the content really strange or just too good to be true? Now, to be fair, George Carlin did talk about social issues in his material, including race. But Chris Farley, Mr.
I live in a van down by the river.
Was not talking about race in his material. Next media literacy tip, ask yourself, what is the source? Where did these clips come from? And how is it that they all conveniently have to do with a viral news story? Let's take a look at the profile that this video came from. Right there in the bio, it says VO3 Visuals. Now, if you don't know what VO3 is, I will put you on. It's Google's AI video generator. Turns text prompts or images into high-end cinematic videos, rich visual storytelling and sound, optimized for faster generation and quicker iteration. Yeah, and optimized for misinformation. But if you didn't know VO3 by name, and I will admit I didn't, Londale is the one that told me, one look at the page and it's blatantly obvious that none of this content is real because it all looks the same. They're all vintage clips of famous people throughout history with the same like bad VHS filter on them saying vaguely pro-black things. If we're gonna be real, a lot of it's super hotep-y. For example, why is Charles Manson up in there? Who in their right mind is going to be sharing a clip of Charles Manson, real or fake, as if he had anything to say worth listening to? Come on now, open the schools. Problem is everyone is just so excited to share a viral video or comment on it that they're not even able to take 2 seconds to ask themselves, where did the video come from? Because it's right there. It's right there in black and white, friends. And I know what you're going to say. Francesca, stop being such a party pooper. Who cares that the George Carlin clip was fake? The message was real. Look, I agree. Lupita's face could launch 1,000 ships, but I don't need an AI-generated video to back me up. And this leads me to my next media literacy issue. Confirmation bias. This is one of the things that's making it harder than ever to dispel misinformation. Confirmation bias is the tendency to process information by looking for clues that confirm what we already believe. I saw so many comments saying, this is the kind of AI I can get behind. It's not real, but it could be real. And that, my friends, is a very slippery slope, because by that logic, that means that anybody could AI generate a video or a photo, and if it appeals to someone, if they believe that it's real, or it demonstrates a scenario that could be real, suddenly that's okay. That don't make no sense. Come on now. Here's a recent terrifying example. There were a group of students that used AI to make nude photos of their teacher and then post them online and share them around the school.
And the next message said, the kids at your school have nudes of you. And at that point, I laughed because I don't have those photos. So I was like, oh, you're not, no worries, this isn't a thing. And I said, send it to me. And when I got it, I was absolutely stunned because it was so obviously my face. And if I didn't know what I looked like, completely nude, because the photo was completely nude, I would have thought it was me.
Her kids ended up seeing those photos and they even thought that they were real. Now look, I don't know that teacher's business, but I'm pretty sure she's been naked before. So using that faulty logic that a lot of people are using to dismiss AI generated content, it could be real, so that's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay to disseminate non-consensual photos or videos of anybody. And I am side-eyeing the students, their parents, and the school for not protecting that teacher or doing more to punish those nasty kids. And while this clip of George Carlin, Norm Macdonald, and Chris Farley may seem harmless, it's not. Because they were real people, and it is disrespectful to them, their families, and their legacies to put words in their mouth just because you aren't funny enough, smart enough, or creative enough to come up with something on your own that's actually real. And it doesn't just stop there. We have seen countless powerful people, including the pedophile in chief, using AI to spread misinformation that has real consequences. And I'm not telling you this to shame you or scare you. I'm saying it to inform you because we all owe it to ourselves and each other to be smarter about the things that we share and consume online. Whew, okay, it has taken me multiple takes to get this, and I feel really good about that one. So I'm going to wrap here. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. I would like to make more of them. Tell me what media literacy topics I should tackle next in the comments, and I'll see you when I see you. Bye.
Can you tell me what it says there?
Life's a bitch, don't vote for
Okay, we are now moving on to our next segment. Okay. I'm still doing a little bit of maintenance because I am not quite blind as a bat, but blind enough. I'm hoping, okay. I'm in the way a little bit, but I can only do so much there. Okay. All right. So you know what? This is what we're going to do real quick. We're going to, just so for editing purposes later, we're going to do this real fast. Be right back. Oh my God. Fuck, this is stupid. Oh my God. Okay. That's my fault. I was saying that this is, I used to do like an intentional sort of edited sort of thing to make the educational topics more interesting. And as you can see, like I'm just not tight as far as the bells and the whistles. I am someone who was a one-trick pony and literally had my time before I learned any other tricks, and now it's just cool to play with some of the stuff. But in terms of trying to communicate an idea, I feel like this setting lets me communicate the ideas I want to communicate in a way I feel most comfortable, which is mostly impromptu. Also, like, my passion is comic books, and I can't move my camera around, but I can maybe, I had to have. Let me show you really quickly. Sorry about this. Where are you? Comic book stuff. And I needed to have, there you go. You gotta be right here, right? What is going on? And you know what? This one will work. Okay, so this is recent work, like super recent work. And so this is after kind of being off for a while and not being able to consistently sit down and get to work. And so it still is a work in progress, and I have a long way to go. Like, I still technically don't necessarily like that drawing, but like, I need to focus more of my energy to that on a daily basis to improve in areas where I think I need to improve, and so on and so forth. So with that being said, this has to be a Monday thing that lives on Mondays, and then Tuesday through Sunday I'm drawing, and I'm posting my artwork on the wall so I can't escape it. And every day, you know, making sure my wrists don't hurt. I'm thinking about grabbing something to kind of stabilize me because I'm getting this pain right here, and I don't know exactly what that is. And I have a list of things the doctor is looking into, and so I gotta keep remembering to go like, oh, what about this, you know? So yeah, so there's that. But this is the part that, like, I showed you the video about Asmongold. Like, that is a dude who could have just played World of Warcraft and made the kind of money playing World of Warcraft and left the rest of us alone. But with his massive platform, what the best thing he could think to do with it was to encourage shooting children. Like, you watch that dude play WoW while he rots his teeth out drinking Coke, and like, you put the quarter in, that's what you got, you know. I feel way better about every single life choice I've ever made when I can sit in front of an audience of next to no one and encourage people to read a fucking newspaper instead. Like, I just feel great. So, like, this is my counter to we should shoot, you know, people. Like, this is my counter. You know, I want you to know more about how we got into this mess so that you can have an actual response to fixing it that's better than a war crime. How about that? So we've been going through the history of Congress, because how Congress works on a day-to-day level, the rules and regulations and all of that, what we know as everyday citizens is the literal definition of an informed electorate. So when Jon Stewart or Josh Johnson or John Oliver or any number of online personalities explains something that a congressman did or a senator did, and they say that's a crime, it's almost meaningless if you just have to take their word for it. It doesn't hit home. It's not like they gave you something tangible, because the general understanding of what's going on and how it's supposed to work is just lost on most of us. And that means that the one thing that we were supposed to be above all else, we are not. And that is an informed electorate. If you're not informed, Ted Cruz can win elections. That is it. That is it. You get greedy politicians who fill their pockets while the room is on fire when you don't know what his job is supposed to be. He can tell you anything, you know? And we have an entire political engine that is actively trying to dismantle education and make sure that people know less and less. So I am just providing this little history that you can, slog through, and I'm gonna eventually have to go in and fix and edit all of it just to make it more digestible. This is part 6, so there's 5 other parts on the Over the Hilldivers podcast playlist on the RD78's gaming channel. I drop links to stuff all the time, and then I go back and check and find out the links don't go nowhere. I just have such a hard time navigating all of this. So it's there though. It's buried across a bunch of just extra BS, but it's there. So this time around, as I was researching this section, the elephant in the room is always what happened to Black people. And now we have the foundational Black Americans manifesting as a new reference point for the Black experience, and I just don't know enough to be like, I'm going to plant my flag here, and this is what I believe, and this is what I know. I don't know. I'm trying to keep up with the voices, and like people who I listen to and respect are falling on different sides of this, and I'm just kind of holding on for dear life, not sure how it's all going to shake out. But at the end of the day, a bunch of people were inhumanely mistreated, bred like animals, and raped and beaten and eaten and everything else, just treated horrifically. And I don't feel like splitting hairs over how they arrived into bondage. Whether you snatched them up here or snatched them up there, you snatched them up. And then you engaged in a level of barbarism that impressed Nazis. They were like taking notes throughout from history. They were like, that's how we want to do it. They saw chattel slavery, and they was like, that's how you do it. So you were inspirational to what we consider socially acceptably the worst of the worst. There's that, right? So like you did that. And because you did that, you had to do it like everywhere. It's in every single law you create. It's like everywhere, because you have to force people to comply to that sort of behavior. The natural reaction is to resist that level of barbarism. So, like, when you study the history of the country, you can't compartmentalize it to one section, because the motivation behind most of the laws come from the desire and the need to run your economic system, which is on the backs of slaves. And so it's frustrating to where we've conditioned ourselves for one reason or the other to reject the conversation the moment slavery comes up. So for 4 or 5 parts, I've had to like try and leave it off, because in my imagination, if for whatever reason someone had to watch at 8 p.m. on a Friday night, at least turn it on, I know that the moment I start mentioning the plight of Black folks, they would turn it off if they could. So in order to keep people focused on the overall history, I've had to leave it out. But in this moment, I came to a point where it's like, it can't be left out. We're getting to a moment at the end of the critical period where pretty much everything that happens politically, every fight that happens politically, is over how we're dealing with slavery. Because one thing we also do in teaching history is we compartmentalize everything and make it seem like it's all happening in a vacuum. But in this period of time, not only is the 13 colonies figuring their shit out, but you have Brazil, Dominican Republic, Haiti, are all up and running and are all a part of this huge ecosystem. And because the money is so good to certain people, they fight to maintain it. And they fight to maintain it with political power, you know? And so that's why I felt better, because this right here, this moment to talk plainly about the issue, I can't do it trying to edit what Republic Defender says in the Q&A section and trying to find the right animation for the, you know, it's not that if I was better at it, I would feel better about it. But it's like, I can only try and be good at so many things at once. And I gotta be a good artist, a good illustrator. You know, I'm not quite there yet, but if I don't focus on that with most of my time and energy, I'll never be there. One of my favorite artists is Arthur Adams, and I love Eric Larson. Like even past Amazing Spider-Man, his work on Savage Dragons, like it's hard to explain when you're like, just look at the way he does forearms and hands. Shut the fuck up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you explain that to someone else? But like, I think that if I ever mastered my craft, I would be a cheap Arthur Adams knockoff, and I would fucking be good with that. Just good with that, you know? But I'll never get there if I keep trying to find something else to do all the time. So Mondays, hell diving, saving the world, and all that stuff. So as I was leaving the critical period in my research, I got to a section that brought up something familiar to me. I'm like, why does this sound so familiar? And so we're getting to political gamesmanship. The big way to track the history of Congress and political parties is to track the parties themselves. And so we're going to have to eventually break down the parties. I may actually, as we do this, look into that as well. But essentially, the parties begin to fluctuate, excuse me, gosh, I'm so sorry, and go back and forth on how to function. Parties themselves are not directly accounted for in the Constitution. They're mostly implied through, I want to say, the right to free assembly. Famously, George Washington was against parties. He felt that they were ultimately going to have a negative effect. Now, I have a video on sortition. I believe sortition is the way out of this mess. There is a dude I follow on Instagram that I'm going to hopefully fit in and be able to share his last post. He has an alternative that I desperately need to look into. And then John Leguizamo, who I follow on Threads, was replying to someone talking about the Electoral College, and I was reading about a particular argument or alternative to addressing the concerns that the Electoral College contends to address. And I think that might be something I may have to look into further and research. But I think Tammany Hall is a good example of maybe what George Washington was so concerned about. And forgive me, I'm gonna have to read this. It's exhaustive, but it's pretty thorough, and it isn't all that super in depth. Like a lot of these source sites are Wikipedia, so take it for what it is, but we're just kind of getting the conversation started at least a little bit. And please look into this further to get a deeper perspective. Tammany Hall is one of the most famous and infamous political organizations in American history. For nearly 2 centuries, it operated as the executive committee of the Democratic Party, New York City. Functioning as a powerful political machine, it became synonymous with both rampant corruption and a unique brand of social welfare that helped integrate millions of immigrants into American society. Okay, I think we're going to have to make sure that we put up a pin, because in the beginning of this section where it says Democratic Party, New York City, I don't think they're talking about modern day Democrats. Now, we have a pretty good blurb for the initial answer. So what I usually do is ignore the follow-ups for the rabbit hole and remember my own follow-up question. So if it doesn't go exactly into the party makeup in the beginning and its evolution throughout this time period, that's my next question. So what I have is another notepad over here, and because I don't want to lose it because I'm going to be talking a bunch, I'm going to just make a little notepad for myself to ask my follow-ups and not forget them. Okay, so we'll save that question. My question is, what version of the Democratic Party are we talking about when Tammany Hall opens? So we'll come back to that question if it doesn't give us this in the initial blurb. Here's a deep dive into how Tammany Hall built its empire, how it operated, and why it ultimately fell. From fraternal club to political juggernaut, Tammany Hall was founded in 1786 and incorporated in 1789 as the Society of St. Tammany, named after Tammany, a revered Lenape leader. Originally, it was a social and fraternal organization for craftsmen formed in opposition to the aristocratic property-owning elites who dominated early American politics. I also am curious about the Lenape people, so we're gonna drop that over as a follow-up question as well. I need another I need something else to put my keyboard right here. I might have to get a little something. That'd be cool. A little something to come out and like let my keyboard sit right there. Okay. See, I'm trying to get an understanding of this. Okay, so you have groups of Native Americans who were like shown in history, right? And the argument seems to be that these groups of Native Americans didn't look like characters from Disney's Pocahontas. That these groups of Native Americans looked like me. And they were indigenous to the Eastern Seaboard going all the way down through the Caribbean islands. And one of those groups were what we call the Gullah Geechee. Like, it's history, you know, and I'm not a historian and I don't have access to a complete record of anything. And there is too much at stake to just be honest. So I don't know the truth. There are a lot of weird little things though, like Brazil and Argentina and like maybe Venezuela or Bolivia have like super high numbers of slaves brought there from Africa, whereas the number of slaves brought to America was not as many compared to those other countries. However, I think the last country to like abolish slavery is Brazil, but Haiti and Dominican Republic and like maybe Jamaica, maybe like a lot of the Caribbean, a lot of the other parts had abolished slavery or had revolts and stuff, while America is just ramping it up. Even when the crown abolishes slavery, it's still America basically props it up on its own and continues going. And so where the foundational Black American argument comes into play is, if Africa is not providing all those slaves to the Americas, are they basically, what they're saying is they grabbed indigenous Black people and just said that they were from another country, but they weren't. And then they gave that same status to like non-Black. It's like it's where it gets kind of murky, and I don't like. It's like I can't understand the actual causality. There was some erasure there. I just, it's irresponsible to sort of say this is true, this is not true, because I just don't friggin' know. But when you talk about stuff like founded in 1786 at the Society of St. Tammany, named after Tammany, a revered Lenape leader, we know that this rewriting of history from the Christian nationalist perspective is completely farcical. That most of the founding fathers were deist, and that this concept of spiritualism and the literal, taking everything in the Bible literally, hadn't even like kicked off yet in the Americas. Like, we're still logical about Catholicism and Christianity. It's interesting that in 1789 and 1786 they called a place Society of St. Tammany, but they're naming it after what I'm pretty sure is a Native American tribal leader, you know? So I'm thinking that the Lenape were one of those groups that were in there featured in gangs in New York that are shown, depicted retroactively as looking like European sort of, but in truth, the Lenape were a bunch of Black people. But I do not know. And I wish I did. I wish I could understand it, but that's the part of history that is like, I don't even know where to begin. Okay, but that's just We're gonna ask about the Lenape people and see what it says and see if we can get some more information there. So by the early 19th century, the society began to transition into a political entity. Its members were Jefferson Republicans who championed universal male suffrage for white men and pushed back against Federalist control. However, its true power was forged through its relationship with New York's rapidly growing immigrant population. The engine of power, patronage, and welfare. Tammany Hall did not build its empire by forcing people to vote for them. They built it by giving marginalized people exactly what they needed. In the 1840s and 1850s, famine in Ireland drove hundreds of thousands of impoverished Irish Catholic immigrants to New York. While much of the city's elite shunned them, Tammany Hall welcomed them. The organization operated on a system of patronage. Tammany ward bosses provided food, winter coal, rent assistance, and legal help to destitute families. They secured jobs for immigrant families in city services like the police, fire departments, and sanitation. Tammany operatives helped speed up the citizenship process so immigrants could legally vote. In exchange for this vital social safety net, immigrants voted for Tammany selected candidates. By 1854, this unified voting bloc allowed Tammany to monopolize Democratic Party nominations and secure a stranglehold on Manhattan's political landscape. Again, if I'm not mistaken, this may not be the Democratic Party that we think it is. I think this is actually the Republicans, but we're going to find out. We're just going to keep a pin in that. Okay, the peak of corruption, the Tweed Ring. Tammany Hall's absolute control inevitably bred spectacular corruption, most notably under the leadership of William Major Boss Tweed. In the late 1860s and early 1870s, Tweed and his cronies, the Tweed Ring, systematically plundered the city treasury. They achieved this by padding city budgets, creating fake leases, and inflating contracts, then pocketing the difference. The most egregious example was the Tweed Courthouse. Originally budgeted at $250,000, the building ultimately cost taxpayers a staggering $13 million, roughly $178 million today, twice the amount the United States paid to purchase Alaska. The bills were widely inflated to provide kickbacks. A plasterer was paid $3 million, and $250,000 was spent purely on brooms. What does that sound like to you? That sounds like no bid contracts to your friends in order to keep the extra bit of money. Like when you pay a guy to fix a reflecting pool and then people can see you screwing it up on national TV. Like, it's a rule. When we don't remember stuff like this, when we don't keep it present in our mind, we're not proactive in dealing with it, and that's how it keeps repeating and repeating and repeating. Tweed's downfall was largely driven by the relentless, scathing political cartoons of Thomas Nast in Harper's Weekly, which clearly communicated Tweed's theft to the public, regardless of their English literacy. Tweed was eventually convicted over 200 charges of embezzlement and died in jail. A couple of things. I showed you a Reese Waters YouTube video where this woman who I don't know, Super Karen of Research, came out and is Law and Order in that shit. There's a stupid show on television with a lady from Always Sunny where she's like a civilian super sleuth. And it's when Jeff Bezos buys the Washington Post and the powers that be delegitimize the news and control the narrative that much, it's going to come down to somebody making content on TikTok to bring down somebody awful, because that's how deeply they are stacking the game. I consider that, like, we aren't paying attention to trends and we aren't remembering what's happening and how things have happened, but Bezos apparently does, the Ellisons do. That's what they thought to control the media, because they remember what, this guy Tweed did and how Thomas Nash stopped him. So in order to keep Harper's Weekly off of the board, they bought it. You know what I mean? It's like that's kind of evil we're dealing with. Okay, so despite Tweed's disgrace, Tammany Hall survived for nearly another century because its underlying system, trading social services for votes, still worked. It wasn't until the 1930s that the machine's power was permanently broken due to two major shifts. Okay, so the New Deal was the first shift. During the Great Depression, Franklin Delano Roosevelt federal programs began providing the social safety net, welfare, unemployment insurance, and Social Security that Tammany Hall had traditionally supplied. The government replaced the ward boss. In 1933, Fiorello LaGuardia was elected mayor of New York. A fierce opponent of the machine, LaGuardia stripped Tammany of its patronage jobs and reformed the civil service, ensuring city jobs were rewarded based on merit rather than political loyalty. Tammany Hall limped on for a few more decades, its influence steadily waning until it was officially dissolved in 1967. Here's some key milestones. Let's see here. In 1789, it's incorporated as a Tammany Society, originally a fraternal organization for craftsmen opposed to the aristocratic elite. And then in 1817, it began the Irish Alliance. Following protests, Tammany Hall began to accept Irish immigrants into its ranks, laying the foundation for its massive voting bloc. In 1854, Tammany gained total control over the Democratic Party nominations in Manhattan, a grip it would hold on to for over a century. In 1868 is the Tweed era. We got that Boss M Tweed takes control, beginning an era where the machine plunders an estimated $200 million in New York City. I think Boss Tweed is characterized in animation now. I'm not sure. LaGuardia takes office, crippling the machine by replacing political patronage with a merit-based civil service. And after decades declining relevance, Tammany Hall ceases to exist. Okay. We are back. And I have to probably edit out. And that's why I'm glad I put the B right back up, because it'll make it easier to edit that out. I'm going to have to eventually sit and watch this just to edit that out. Edit like longer than necessary breaks and stuff. Okay. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. I'm talking to the imaginary audience. My fault. Okay. So, since we're coming back from a quick little grocery break, what we're talking about right now is trying to get a good understanding of what actual party we're talking about when it comes to Tammany Hall. Okay, so I asked the question, what version of the Democratic Party are we talking about when Tammany Hall opened in 1789? And the answer it gave me, or it's giving me, is the short answer is none, because the modern Democratic Party didn't exist yet. When the Society of Tammany was incorporated in 1789, the United States was just entering the first party system. The political faction Tammany Hall originally aligned itself with was the Democratic Republican Party, often just called the Jeffersonian Republicans. Here is the political landscape Tammany Hall stepped into. You have the Federalists, which were considered the enemies of Tammany Hall, and that was led by Alexander Hamilton, who you're familiar with, and John Adams. The Federalists favored a strong central government, a national bank, and friendly relations with Britain. They largely represented wealthy merchants, property owners, and the aristocratic elite. In New York, the Federalist elite essentially locked the working class out of power by requiring men to own significant property in order to vote. So even right now, we are arguing over what's required of us to vote. And in the very beginning, we did not see it as something that everyone should just be able to have. You know what I'm saying? Sure, you're talking about if they had it their way. Right now, as a renter, I might not be able to vote. You know, on the strength of being a renter alone. You know, so Tammany's team, the Democratic Republicans, and see, okay, I used to have this argument I used to make that my frustration with the Republicans and Democrats now is they used to be the same party that broke up over slavery, but ultimately had a lot of the same ideologies. I am no longer certain if that is an accurate assessment. I'm trying to get a better grasp on the history. But so here we go. This is the beginnings of Tammany Hall in 1789, and our two parties are the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans. Founded in the early 1790s by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, this party championed states' rights, strict adherence to the Constitution, and the agricultural working classes. Because Tammany Hall was founded as a fraternal club for tradesmen, craftsmen, and artisans, it naturally gravitated towards Jefferson's party. They actively opposed the Federalist elite in New York, fighting to abolish property requirements for voting so that the common man, specifically white men, could participate in elections. How did they become the Democratic Party? The Democratic Republican Party was the dominant political force in the U.S. for decades, eventually causing the Federalist Party to collapse. However, in the 1820s, the Democratic Republicans themselves fractured. The faction that rallied behind Andrew Jackson in 1828 in the 1828 election shortened its name and officially became the Democratic Party. Because Tammany Hall fiercely supported Jackson, seeing his populist appeal as a perfect match for the working class base, the organization seamlessly became the Democratic machine in New York City. Okay. So let's ask right here. Was the, come on, I'm typing Democratic Party that formed under Jackson the same part? Yes.
Did you get them, Smith?
Oh, could you? Same party that it is today. Oops, hold on. Okay. Okay, the Democratic Party that Jackson helped formalize in the late 1820s is indeed the direct ancestor of today's Democratic Party. In fact, it holds the title of the oldest active continuous political party in the world. However, the same party is a complex idea. While there is a perfect unbroken organizational line from Jackson's Democrats to today's Democrats, the party's platform, primary demographic, and ideology have transformed radically over the past 2 centuries. Here is how the Jacksonian version of the Democratic Party compares to its modern iteration. Where they were similar, the Jacksonian Foundation, Andrew Jackson's political movement, which formalized the Democratic Party structure around 1828, established a few core tenets that still echo in the party's general philosophy today. The party of the common man. Jacksonian Democrats presented themselves as the champions of everyday workers, farmers, and the working class, fighting against wealthy, entrenched elites and special privileges. In Jackson's time, common man strictly meant white men, but the rhetorical focus on the working class over the elite remains a party staple. Expansion of voting rights. The early Democratic Party was pivotal in dismantling property ownership requirements for voting, vastly expanding the electorate to include poorer citizens. Party infrastructure. Jackson and his chief strategist, Martin Van Buren, essentially invented the modern political machine. They created local communities like Tammany Hall, partisan newspapers, and the system of national conventions that the modern Democratic Party still uses to organize and campaign. Where they are completely different, the ideological flip. If Andrew Jackson looked at the policy platform of the modern Democratic Party, he would likely be entirely opposed to almost all of it. Over 200 years, the party underwent several massive realignments. Role of the federal government. In the Jacksonian era, the party staunchly favored states' rights, a very weak critical central government, low taxes, and a strict adherence to the Constitution. They were deeply suspicious of federal overreach and opposed a national bank. In the modern era, the modern party, shaped heavily by Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal in the 1930s and Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society in the 1960s, generally favors a strong, active federal government to regulate business, manage the economy, and provide a robust social safety net. A good reference point is, no matter where you sit on this, if you have to go to the grocery store yourself, there's a good chance you've got diarrhea, shitting lettuce issues like the rest of us do, where you have to be careful what you buy, and the list of what those dangerous things are gets bigger and bigger and bigger while we look at a picture of RFK making a dirt face. That's literally what they're talking about when it comes to regulate business. You want a strong federal government to make sure that when you go to the grocery store, everything you buy is safe to eat. And you think it happens by like magic or happy moonwalking farmers, and it don't. It happens because an asshole in a hat with a badge shows up on your land and makes sure you're separating the poop pile from the fresh water pile. And they make you do that shit. They make you clean your shit up so that you don't get thousands upon thousands of people sick with explosive diarrhea. You need the government to regulate business. And so when you see the laundry list of governmental organizations being defunded and being closed down, that's deregulation. That's keeping the federal government from regulating business. And if you wonder if that's a bad thing, check how many things you can eat right now that'll give you the explosive diarrhea shits, like fucking blueberries, because you don't want the government looking into your business. But you don't plant fucking blueberries, dipshit. You keep allowing a politician to make it seem like you as a private everyday citizen are the exact same thing as some big corporation, and you're not. They need someone to look up their ass with a microscope. You don't. And if you would think about it for a hot second, one party is willing to work with precision that way, and the other one wants to create a police state where 5% of the population gets all the fucking money and you just starve. And that fight, you can see, is baked into the beginning of all this. A small amount of people want to control everything for no one, and then everyone else wants a fair shake. And the trick is convincing a bunch of people to not want a good thing for even themselves. Okay, so when it comes to the civil rights issue is where we have modern day Democrats versus the original party. The early Democratic Party was the party of agrarian interest. Now, the word agrarian means farm. So the moment you're talking about planting seeds in the dirt, we're talking about slavery. So the agrarian economy of the old America, that's slavery. When you're talking about anything before the end of slavery, if it's agrarian economic, you're talking about putting black folks to work without any pay. That's what that is. So that's why when you appeal to the working class, and at this point your society is built on farming, The working class are farmers, and then you have to get those people to come off the farmland to vote. And so you basically say that they're better than the people they're forcing to labor. It's just okay. So the early Democratic Party was party of agrarian interests, which in the South meant the protection of expansion of slavery. Jackson himself was a slaveholder and enacted the enforced removal of Native Americans following the Civil War. The Solid South remained fiercely Democratic, opposing Reconstruction and civil rights for a century. In the modern era, during the mid-20th century, the National Party shifted to embrace the civil rights movement. When Democratic President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, conservative white Southerners largely abandoned the Democrats for the Republican Party, while minority voters became a core constituency of the modern Democratic coalition. So my next question is going to be about how the Republican Party fits into this, and then we're going to get back to Tammany Hall specifically. The base of support. The party's power base was in the rural South and West, heavily reliant on agrarian farmers and frontier settlers. There was a lot of debate when it came to the frontier on whether or not slavery was going to be allowed. In the research greatly expanded more for Congress, that was a big fight in why Congress couldn't ever really keep it together going into the Civil War, because every time there was a new territory, there was a fight over whether or not that territory would allow slaves. And we're going to talk about it's a segment where they wouldn't allow any conversation at all on the matter. They just silenced the entire topic, and it was a huge mess. And that's going to be in the coming weeks. We're going to talk about that because, like I'm saying, the formation of Congress and a lot of the congressional rules, the filibuster, all the things we hear spoken about anecdotally that never get explained anymore on the nightly news, 9 times out of 10, those rules and practices exist because they were fighting over slavery. And that's why it always ends up coming down to race, because that creates a specter over everything you do. The procedure inside Congress, the why you do this thing first and this thing second, came from them fighting over slavery. Like it was always the linchpin as to whether or not they could get along or not. And the reason it was always that big a deal is because we're talking about serious money, generational wealth, to where the people who are still in pole position right now to this day track it all the way to this money. And that's why it has to be like this. Okay, so before we get back to hell diving and slipping and sliding, I want to backtrack a little bit and take a little bit closer look. Okay, so we got here how Tammany Hall starts with what is now the modern day GOP. Okay, so we have here that in 65, okay, oh, come on, man, give me my power back. Come on now, you can do this. There you go. You mentioned, I'm a stickler. It's got to be right. You mentioned that there was a migration to the Republicans. Ooh. I'll take. Which one do you want?
I'm thinking about me and you. I got this one for you because you tend to like.
Then I will take that one.
Avocado. This one got avocado too.
Okay, cool. I will eat this on my next little break.
Avocado.
that one.
So you want the avocado one?
No, I want the avocado one for you, so she
Okay.
got avocado.
Right on.
And we have a choice for dinner tonight between spaghetti or vegetarian lasagna. It was already made, and I bought extra cheese to go on the top of if you pick the lasagna.
Let's do that.
So you want to do that for dinner tonight?
Sure.
Okay, and to go with it, I have some of the whiskey Brussels sprouts.
Oh, good, good. Taylor Farms trying to kill us.
And they sell small Brussels sprouts. I want some real good.
Okay, so all right. I want to learn a few more things. You mentioned that there was a migration to the Republicans. Republicans in. Come on, dude. I'm about to get a wire. I'm about to get a wired keyboard. It pissed me off. In 1965, if we are tracking the parties, where does the GOP start? I want to know why they appealed to white Southerners then and not before. Let's see what we got. Oh, cool. All right, we got a good one. To understand why this massive political realignment happened in the 1960s, you first have to look at how the Republican Party was born, which perfectly explains why white Southerners hated them for an entire century before that shift. Here is a breakdown of where the GOP started and exactly why their relationship with the South flipped in the 1960s. The origins of the GOP in 1854. The Republican Party was officially founded in 1854. It emerged from the collapse of the Whig Party when anti-slavery activists, former Whigs, and Free Soilers held meetings in Ripon, Wisconsin, and later hosted a massive formal convention in Jackson, Michigan. The party was created with one defining platform: strict opposition to the expansion of slavery into new Western territories, a stance sparked by outrage over the Kansas-Nebraska Act. So the Republican Party sounds like they were an offshoot of the Whig Party, who were, it says, anti-slavery activists. So I don't know if there's a distinction between them and abolitionists. Both abolitionists and anti-slavery activists weren't necessarily not racist. It got a little murky there. Okay, why not before the Party of Lincoln? For roughly a century following the Civil War, the Republican Party was deeply despised by white Southern voters. To the white South, the GOP was the party of Abraham Lincoln, the Union Army, and the federal election enforcement of Reconstruction. Because of this intense, lingering resentment, white Southerners voted so consistently and overwhelmingly for the Democratic Party that the region became known politically as the Solid South. The catalyst for change, the Civil Rights era. This century-old dynamic was completely upended in the 1960s when the National Democratic Party abandoned its protection of Jim Crow laws and embraced the Civil Rights Movement. When the Democratic President Lyndon B. Johnson championed and signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it deeply divided the American political landscape and engendered a long-term demographic change in support. You have to forgive me. I got these bifocals on and I have to look through the bottom of the lenses, and also they keep touching them. Keep touching my glasses. My fingers aren't glass clean, so give me a quick second because it's everything gets blurred the moment I put my head down even a little bit. All right. I found out that like computer glasses might be a scam yet. So now I'm deeply concerned that this is good as it's gonna get, which is terrible. Okay. Because man, I'm trying to work and I'm looking at these screens and suddenly it's like my vision just goes stupid. It's because I had the audacity, the nerve to tilt my head. Some kind of asshole. How dare you look straight ahead at something, fool. All right, so okay, yeah, that's a little bit better. All right. The realignment, the Southern strategy. Sensing an historic opportunity to finally break the Democratic monopoly in the South, Republican strategists developed a political approach that became known as the Southern strategy. The goal was to attract white conservative Southern voters who felt alienated by the Democrats' new civil rights agenda. However, because directly endorsing segregation would cost the GOP moderate voters in the North, Republican leaders appealed to the racial and political resentments using coded language. Now, this part I'm familiar with. Okay. In 1964, Republican presidential nominee Barry Goldwater actively opposed the Civil Rights Act, arguing it was an unconstitutional overreach of federal power. This rhetoric successfully exploited the resentment of white Southern voters angry about federal mandates. Richard Nixon in the 1968 and 1972 elections, Nixon and his strategists heavily utilized phrases like states' rights and law and order. Political analysts would note that these phrases served as code to represent opposition to the federal enforcement of civil rights on behalf of Black Americans. After we finish the next hell diving segment, where we get some hell diving in, one of the Instagram posts I'm definitely going to share is essentially a statistician who debunks these claims started by Nixon and the Southern strategy. The idea that Black people are just synonymous with high crime rates, murder rates, and all this negativity is never been supported by anything in reality. It is a complete fantasy. But it is a fantasy that has been reverberated over every dinner table and half of the church sermons across the board for what is going on now generations. People believe it, and that is not something logic can just shake loose, because as we can see, evangelical Christianity and Christian nationalism go hand in hand with a lot of this. And when you talk about what you believe, one logical observation is not going to shake this connection to where your belief in the creator of the universe is holding everything together. It isn't enough. So like it takes a constant sort of deluge of information and truth that makes it hard to retreat back to your mind palace and reconstruct this fantasy, because like you can't keep pretending that you don't know the truth, and that's what it comes down to. So when people get bold and want to go onto the internet and go into someone's post and type in, some stupid belief about Black people and crime, they're doing that because they're trying to reinforce their own fantasy. And they're hoping that no one who knows better will notice. Okay, so by successfully capitalizing on the backlash against civil rights legislation, the Republican Party triggered a massive political realignment. The South, which had fiercely rejected the GOP since 1854, gradually transformed into a Republican stronghold, allowing the party to eventually gain control of nearly every state legislature and governorship in the region by 2016. That's how long it took, you know. And you hear Red Hat MAGA supporters who would swear up and down none of this is true, because it would suggest that something changed and it wasn't like this from the moment Christopher Columbus strolled off the Nina and the Pinta with a fucking MAGA hat on. It has to be one way. So even finding out that there was a legitimate switch to cater to racism would be something they would adeptly deny, because it goes against the whole lost cause scenario, you know. Okay, so but I still so that gives us a good understanding of how political gamesmanship got its start. Now, what I usually do is when it starts to break down this moment here, like the milestones, that's when I'm like, okay, so we should actually get a little farther into this to kind of better understand like what exactly they did. So let's see here. Okay. I want to ask about patronage. I can't spell for nothing. Coming throughout the country, or was it? Okay, so we're gonna get some expansion on patronage to see like how widespread that practice was, and like it ended up. Okay, so we're looking at a tactic that the party developed in order to generate votes, and I think the reason it keeps coming back to me is because we keep having these erroneous arguments that modern day Democrats are trying to get non-citizens to vote, and like that's not happening. There's no evidence to that ever happening. But when you look back at the history, like I always keep saying, like Stephen Miller and the people who are part of the Heritage Foundation and who are part of, you know, the Party 2025 people, they're a bunch of nerds who pour over all this old stuff and find out ways to use it against people now. That's how we got like a bunch of old acts from like the 1800s being used, the aliens and whatever's act, like all these old ancient decrees and stuff that they're dragging out of the woodwork. It's because you have these nerds who are reading the history books and seeing how these old assholes operated and just doing it again, because their assumption is that your everyday average person isn't aware and doesn't have a sense of deja vu when they see them pull the same old dirty trick again. So like, okay, so here is patronage. Patronage was absolutely not confined to high population urban areas. While city machines like Tammany Hall perfected it at the local neighborhood level, patronage was the operating system of the entire federal government for most of the 19th century. At the national level, this was known as the spoil system, from the phrase "to the victor belongs the spoils of the enemy." Here is how the system functioned on a national scale and how it directly intersected with the institution of slavery. The nationwide spoil system. When Andrew Jackson took office in 1829, he formalized federal patronage. He argued that rotating people through the government job prevented a corrupt, entrenched bureaucracy. In practice, it meant that whenever a new president was elected, they fired thousands of federal workers and replaced them with their own political supporters. Andrew Jackson is the guy who took over after Lincoln and who brought about sowing the seeds for a lot of the bullshit we're dealing with right now. And again, I'm telling you, the people who wrote Project 2025 were a bunch of fucking nerds who read about this shit that he did in 1829. What does that sound like? Fired thousands of federal workers and replaced them with their own political supporters. That's literally the MAGA playbook. This reached every corner of the country, rural and urban alike, primarily through the U.S. Postal Service. In the 19th century, the post office was the largest employer in the federal government. Every single town in our house small had a postmaster. Being named postmaster was a highly coveted patronage reward. The local postmaster controlled the flow of information, served as a local political organizer for the president's party, and used their salary to fund local campaigns. This article may not go into it, but like the modern day equivalent of that in what would be considered a less corrupt variation is ambassadorships. If you raised a bunch of money for the president while they ran for office, you might be rewarded by being the ambassador to Bermuda. You know, back then though, they might make you postmaster general of Des Moines, and now you're out there taking bribes. The censorship of the mails. Because local postmasters were political appointees, Southern politicians ensured that only fiercely pro-slavery loyalists were appointed to these roles in the South. In the 1830s, Northern abolitionists began a massive campaign of mailing anti-slavery literature into the South. Southern postmasters, acting with the tacit approval of the Jackson administration, simply refused to deliver it. They seized and burned abolitionist tracts to prevent slaves from reading them or white Southerners from being influenced by them. The patronage system ensured the federal postal network functioned as an ideological firewall for slavery. Again, remember when that fat bastard was inaugurated and who was there with their hands out? Bezos, Zuckerberg, the dude from Apple, all the rich dudes who have all the skin in the game was patronage. They were divvying up the spoils the night he won, and we've seen them just lording it over us ever since then, while we get sick every time we go to the goddamn grocery store. Okay, and then here's the slave power stranglehold on jobs. For decades leading up to the Civil War, the Democratic Party was heavily controlled by Southern slaveholders, a faction Northern critics called slave power. To maintain party unity, Democratic presidents, even Northern ones like James Buchanan, handed out federal jobs predominantly to those who supported or at least tolerated the expansion of slavery. Anti-slavery advocates were systematically locked out of federal employment and influence. When we don't teach students why things were the way they were, they are doomed to repeat it. How many times has the word slavery been brought up here? So do you really think that these people who are going through history books and making sure certain things are in there because it's not there for kids to hear, it's the dirty words, how much of this remains intact? So when you turn on the nightly news, you don't see history repeating itself because you went in there and you just blew the history to bits. Starving a strong federal government. Historians point out more structural link. The patronage system kept the federal government intentionally weak and disorganized. Because government employees were chosen for political loyalty rather than skill and were constantly fired after every election, the U.S. failed to develop a strong professional bureaucratic state in the 19th century. This was seen as a feature, not a bug, by Southern elites. A highly competent, powerful, and independent federal bureaucracy was exactly what slaveholders feared most, because a strong federal state might one day have the administrative capacity to interfere with or abolish slavery. The federal spoils system ultimately survived until 1881, when a frustrated man named Charles Guiteau who believed he was owed a patronage job as a consul in Paris, assassinated President James A. Garfield. The resulting public outrage finally forced Congress to pass the Pendleton Act of 1883, which began the shift towards merit-based civil service we have today. And we've seen Project 2025 has been primarily about dismantling the merit-based service and returning to patronage without so much as just saying it. And the reason you can do that is you basically waited out your informed populace, and then you attack their grandkids because their grandkids weren't taught anything in school to prepare them to resist you. They don't know any better. You say the right buzzwords, you say the right things, and they automatically respond in a certain way. So all you have to do is say, that's communism. And you don't ever have to define communism. You just say it. Not knowing history and exactly how things shook out is why someone like Stephen Miller can say something on national TV like asked and answered, like fucking Dr. Evil, and that somehow plays. We got to start digging into all this stuff. I think that is enough digging into Tammany Hall for today. The idea behind Tammany Hall was a way to take the uncertainty out of the electoral process. But what we have to remember is that uncertainty is our power. So you're not allowed to gain that much control over the process. Tammany Hall is an example of deep corruption under the guise of civic output. But the eventual corruption is baked in. It's like it's why you can't do that. Hopefully we got that covered in this segment of, what is it, today's 824 of the Over the Hilldivers podcast. I'm gonna take a quick break, maybe eat a little sushi, and then when I come back, we're going to run a mission string. We're gonna bring Republic Defender, his ship into orbit over Martall if it isn't already there, and do some, like, the bummer is the new major order was awesome, but now it's over, and my Helldiver is basically still, I mean, I can keep leveling up, but I'm still waiting for something more to do with everything else. So let me take a quick break here, and we will be back. We are supposed to be back for a minute, but the problem is, come on camera, move me over to the inverts. Center me, bitch. Okay, the reason I can't come back is because my PC version of the game is still crashing. So I had to not install, but there's like a little, what's it called here? It's on my thingamajigger here. I had to cut and paste. Oh, I have to use DirectX 11. I think that's what that is. Force to use DirectX 11. If I don't do that, then as good as it gets is I will show the ship in space, and then it crashes. Like, that's it. And my camera's supposed to like center me, but I think it's because there's, I know what it is. It's okay. It can't be helped. My woman is technically like right next to me, and they don't know who it's looking at. Even though you can't even see her, she's right there, and so it's messing. Yeah, no, you can do. It's just I probably have to go in. You know what? I'm gonna go in and turn it off because it's not really working. Okay, there you go. So now, okay, there you go. No more auto funding for now, which is just as good. All right. So now let us see. That sushi was delicious. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to extreme pickup groups. While we are waiting for the game to open up to make sure that we can actually play, it's frustrating as it is for the game to constantly crash. Like, crashing is crashing. Like, that means the game stopped, let me do my thing, It is what it is. But it could be worse, It could be way worse. Okay. Alright, and for some reason, Spotify is tripping too. I want to give
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty.
Hi there.
Democracy. Our way of life.
Oh, hello.
What am I doing?
But freedom doesn't come free.
Sweet liberty! No!
I know. Okay, close this.
Look familiar?
There it is.
Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is.
We didn't. Okay. We didn't crash though. Bless you. We're not crashing. Okay. So this is the other thing. Because I have DirectX 11 on to let me play, I can't look at that. And that's, well, it's useless. I don't mean to be like that, but it is. I keep thinking that sometime, really? Encoding overloaded, consider turning down vet videos? Of course there are. Of course it is. Oh, fucking hate it here. I thought I turned everything down. It is looking pretty crisp though, I ain't gonna lie. Graphics. Oh, custom doesn't look good. What is this? Everything's set to medium, lowest, medium. See? They just be hating on me. They just be hating on a brother. They can't let a nigga live. What? All right. Make a wish. It came back. All right, we just gonna. Okay.
At last, the galaxy is free of the aluminum void.
Was super awesome, but it's over now. And now I'm back.
Choose any of the available operations, Helldivers.
Really
each one you complete is a paving stone on the road to liberty.
Like, I'm about to drop down here. Okay, we're public. I gotta hope there's no Helldivers in the area. Ooh, look at that. Okay. It doesn't matter. Oh, well, see, it does matter because I don't want to fail this mission off top, but.
If you want to view paradise, simply look around.
Initiating FTL jump to the Martal system.
We're moving.
Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
There's no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you
What am I? Oh yeah, I was working on this. Am I gonna keep working on this, man? No. Well. Let's see here. I'm trying to get the sniper scope on the sensor, and I'm 4 levels away. Okay.
If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it.
Mission preparation.
Oh wow, okay. I'm glad I did that here. Okay.
Hellpods primed.
I'll try.
There is no life I know to compare with your imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you truly
You know what? No one's joined me yet, so I can play with this a little bit.
Hellpods primed.
Did I do it though? Let's see here. Did I do it? Oh, I did it for one. Okay. Okay, I think I did it. Okay. Okay. Oh, I did it already. Okay, I love that. I love that. All right. All right. Cool. I got him. All right.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods. Launch initiated.
Our enemy would turn this city into a color fiction of tyranny. Do not let them. What injury?
Sending down equipment package. Sending down sentry. Helldiver lost. Sending replacement.
Reporting to the front. Sending out an SOS. Freedom never sleeps!
Lost and sending replacement.
Democracy has landed.
Sending down sentry. Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
for Super Earth!
Oh, come on!
Reporting to the front. Have a taste of democracy! Addison!
Freedom marches onward. Thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction. Reinforcement budget running low.
At least he didn't feel that.
Arriving at coordinates.
Ready to liberate.
Pelican 1 maintaining altitude until Helldivers are within the extraction zone.
They are getting some.
Pelican 1 landing in progress. No enforcement budget depleted.
Reporting to the front.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning descent. This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
With time to go, wow.
Niggas bitches quick as no Ryan, holding iron, blowing smoke
Side that hurts my feelings. And there's hardly any experience for the damn gun. I could have just not brought it. Okay.
The galactic war waits for no one. Okay. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpod Prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Okay. I'm giving up the portable hell bomb backpack in exchange for Eagle Smoke. Okay. This is an always keep moving build. You know, and the only reason I'm not using my normal booster is because in the city I shouldn't have too much water and stuff, but you never know with Mars Hall. The moon. Okay, alright, I had to run to the restroom. Okay.
Launch initiated.
Okay. I got something coming my way. Look at that. I forgot what level difficulty was for a second there.
Sending out an SOS!
Their lives were in our hands. Mission is progressing.
Always a fun one.
Have a taste of
Always some. Oh my god, that shit is ridiculous. You know, the chickens just sitting back here all this time? No, they fucking spawn them back there. It's fucking shitty as all get out.
I need...
Sending down equipment package.
Tagging map.
These motherfuckers out here be fucking Spider-Man dodging bullets.
Get some! Get some! Say hello to democracy!
Wow! Someone for stealth.
Not today!
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Oh!
The Teleton outpost scrapped.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Tagging location, north.
Outpost destroyed.
Come on. How the fuck is it still hitting me from this far out? There we go. That's
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Joining the fray. New man! Tagging map. North, 100 meters.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
I got the terminal!
Work fast.
Out of ammo! Engaging terminal!
Is this thing bugged? What's going on here?
I got the terminal!
Oh, nothing there.
Marking location. Objective located. North. Objective located. Reloading!
Yeah, I think so.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
I need a portable hell bomb or something.
Objective located. Dropping a pin. North. 100
Maybe
meters.
the other one unlocks this one? I don't know. Let's find out. See nothing. I can see nothing. Oh, come on. Oh. Come on.
Calling in a hell bomb. Requesting air support. Orbital inbound.
Lost asset destroyed. Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
I need stim. Calling in a hell bomb. Calling in orbital strike. Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
It's one more button. You got it. Oh, no. Stay in. Finish the water. Elevated speed.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
You know what? Get back to work.
Ready to liberate.
Let's see here.
Sending in an eagle. Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting advanced weaponry. Jetpack inbound.
How is the main objective on the edge of the map? Huh?
Requesting sentry. in a hell bomb! Hell bomb. I got the terminal.
Oh, we got it though. We got it though.
Mission progress logged.
We got it though.
Reinforcement budget remaining. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Reporting to the front. Calling in a hell bomb. Requesting orbital strike!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Attack inbound! Calling down a support weapon!
Objective critical stratagem available.
Oh, it's still there. Oh, you bitch ass! It was still there. I'm sick of y'all. Oh, y'all got a cheat. Ooh, look at this.
Mission at 20 minutes
These
remaining.
guys both up in the... Yes! Oh, come on! Bitch!
Not today!
Yes!
Affirmative! Tagging map, north, 200 meters.
Okay. I don't want to take that guy's car. So we don't just cook it.
Spot outpost! Requesting advanced weaponry!
Why are y'all so mad at my ability to run past y'all and keep it pushing? I didn't put y'all in that big ass boat and shit.
Out of sting! Throwing supply beacon! Ending in an eagle!
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in here and get me then, bitches. bitch.
Requesting tac pack. Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters. Reinforce. Drop ship.
Wait a second. I just dropped the resupply. I'm not gonna leave it out of it. Lucky bitch. They cheat so hard on your behalf, you lucky bitch. Lucky biatch.
Holding down a support weapon.
Hey, dude.
Found something. Calling down a sentry.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Freedom, triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits you at the west.
Come on! I'm stuck crouching. I can't run out of crouching if you're not consistent anymore. Shit, nice work.
Affirmative. Ain't bad.
We've all Helldivers on.
Requesting air support. Requesting air support.
Firing orbital strike.
Sending in an eagle!
I think I'm okay on supplies. Even if I use a grenade or two. I will take a grenade.
Get one wing today!
That's all my eyes can see. Victory is mine. Yeah, surprisingly, I'm in lane. Paid for the next mistake. I watch my status next. Now I'm start collecting connect the box, networking like a car. The dogs is yet to stop. Shake it down here for the take it down. Where you can't fly, all the love we found. Yo, I scoped it out. I took it with the truth and choked it out. You bitch don't let it out, don't ask me. She just checked it out. Saying you must be this shit right here. All you get, every ass walk. And to me, it's funny. Get where you get started. That's the best part. They wanna dig up the dirt, so is it me they all get? Cause I be working it out.
Not today! Calling down a sentry!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Democracy headland! Affirmative. Tagging map. South, 100 meters. Backpack inbound. Tagging map. North, 200 meters. We've got equipment northwest.
Uh-oh.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. Orbital strike incoming.
Put a camera.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. seconds. Clear landing zone. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
Mag's empty!
Is everybody here? All right.
Throwing supply beacon! Sending in an Eagle, requesting sentry.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget completed.
Come on, F4. Come on, F4.
Extraction complete.
Oh,
Pelican 1 beginning
F4.
ascent.
He was too busy dispensing freedom. Some say he's still down there. Dispensing freedom to this day.
No matter who we face, we must face the moment of truth, baby.
They say it's lonely at the top, and whatever you do, you always gotta watch motherfuckers around you. Nobody's invincible, no plan is foolproof. We all must meet our moment of truth.
I need Seaf troopers to deploy to the battlefront. That shit was so cool.
The language is universal. You play with fire, it may hurt you or burn you. Lessons are blessings you should learn through. Let's face facts. Although MCs lace tracks, it doesn't mean behind the scenes there ain't no dirt to trace back. That goes for all of us. There ain't nobody to trust. It's like sabotage. It's got me ready to bust, but I can't jeopardize what I've done up to this point. So I'ma get more guys to help me run the whole joint. Cultivate, multiply, motivate, or else we'll die. You know I'll be the master of the who, what, where, and why. See when you're shining, some chumps will wanna know ya. Always help me we're gonna pull ya down. Just like some shellfish in the bucket, cause they love it to see your ass squirm like a worm. But just as you receive what is coming to you, everybody else is gonna
Read
get
that
this
hurts
too.
my
I ain't
feelings.
insane. Therefore, I can't dispute
Allied
that
destroyer has left squadron.
actions have reactions. Don't be quick to judge. You may not know the
What
hardships
is it?
people don't speak of. It's best to step back and observe with cool. For we all must meet
Is that what I need from Walmart? Is it tea? We need more of like the peach juice and the lemon. Okay.
Why do bad things happen? To
We
good
do.
people seems that life is just a constant war
Okay.
between good and evil.
I think he's gonna say hello.
That I'm facing is mad amazing. To think such problems can arise without a confrontation. Now I'm contemplating in my bedroom pacing. Dark clouds over my head, my heart's racing.
I thought I could email him.
Allied destroyer has left
He must
squadron.
send me a friend request. I know there's someone in the game must send me a friend request, or he will, or something. I don't know.
The hour of our next victory rapidly approaches.
Because I gotta get them
Let us
some more
cleanse
dry
the
food.
galaxy of alien stuff.
Oh, and the printer ink. That's what it was. Yeah, only if I was gonna go today. Okay.
And you know they never stop the furious force of my rhymes.
Oof.
So like they say, every dog has its day. And like they say, God works in
One
mysterious
more.
ways. So I pray, remember
Mission coordinates lost.
I prepare to meet my moment of truth.
Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
And so, since this is the final mission,
Orbit synchronized.
Now if I pull the trigger on these fully loaded lines, you're gonna wish I would have pulled the black line. I'm Mac Dubs, crack the spines of the fake gangsters. Yeah, the biting trifling niggas and the studio pranksters. Yo, looking at the situation plainly, will you remain G or will you be looked upon strangely? I reign as the articulator with the greater data, revolving on the
I haven't used my gun in a while, so let's just use my gun.
Another struggle to juggle tricky metaphors. I explore more to expose the core. A lot of MCs act stupid to me, and we have yet to see if they can match our longevity. But anyway, it's just another day, another fake jack I slay with my spectac rap display. Styles smooth but rugged, you can't push or shove it. You dig it and you dug it, cause like money you love it. The king of monotone, with my own throne, righteously violent pro. My words bring winds like cyclones, storming your hideout, blocking out your sunlight. Your image and your business were truly not done right. Throw up your heel out now, divine saviors. You got no hand skills, there's no security to save you. No pager, no celly, no drop top Benzie. I came to bring your phony hip hop to an end. My art of war will leave you sore from the abuse, cause you must meet your moment of truth. They say it's lonely at the top, and whatever you do, you always gotta watch motherfuckers around you. No one is untouchable, no man is bulletproof. We all must meet our moment of truth.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Sending out an SOS!
Deploying support weapon. Objective completed. Deploying equipment package.
Trophies and banners and things like that.
Get behind cover! Attack democracy!
My squad back on track. Statements in the parades, I'm talking back to back. Dilated and we're back. I ain't getting wet. Kick a hole in the spigot for the blood. Still my people showing love. Take different outside the box. You're a lot of a little. You want a little of a lot.
Damn it.
All I got is my
Where'd you come from?
How would you like to taste of freedom?
All the people in this fucking bullshit. God, you just... Oh, come the fuck on. A what now? A what? A what? Ooh, nice.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
In the ATB, they're in the frozen section. I saw them yesterday, or when he got those flatbreads. They had a few of them. Yeah, they had the drummer for spaghetti. They had a few little options there, I noticed. I grabbed the chicken they had there. Chicken. Like, so, like, that's what I ate for lunch before I started. You didn't see them in the freezer? I did. Yeah, I got those on ATV. Okay.
Going down a sentry. Going down a support weapon.
Yes! I gotta get a move on now that I got some backup.
Requesting air support! Ah! Found something! Order!
Engaging orbital laser.
Say hello to democracy!
Come on in, bitch. Oh, okay. Miss me, ho. I didn't miss you, bitch.
Ending in an eagle! Orbital rebound!
Smell the sea and
Ah!
let your soul fly.
Nice work.
Requesting sentry!
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when
Not today! Sending in an eagle!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldivers.
Jackpack inbound! Calling down a support weapon. Dropping a pin, southwest, 100 meters. post.
You know I will.
Requesting air support.
Back shortly. Yeah, I gotta hear it. I don't have no fear anymore. Just like way back in the day. Oh, shit.
Outpost destroyed. Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Activating jump pack.
Reloading.
This motherfucker here is zigzagging his ass off.
You will never destroy our way of life. Reloading! This is for you. You're back.
Oh, of course it is. We got two problems side by side.
Objective located. Northwest.
Shutters and Jammer and freaking gunship factory.
Southeast.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Engaging terminal.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in a hell bomb. Dropping a pin. Southwest, 200 meters. I got the terminal. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area. Ending in an eagle.
hurt bad. He hurt real bad. Woo!
Tagging map. South, 50 meters.
Are you okay? Okay, on three. Ooh, oh my, oh shit, come on. Oh god. Dang, that thing throws grenades everywhere. What a bitch ass machine. Damn.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Tank over there, that our guys. In the middle of a firefight.
Falling down the slide.
Oh, really? How am I not hitting that guy? That's so jank.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Drop tip. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Hold still, bitch.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Wow, we took cover. We saw him way over there. He's out.
T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Calling in reinforcements.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Point me to the enemy. Ending in an eagle.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Right on.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
We busting caps.
The citizens of this city will thank you.
I thought I saw, and we didn't get to it. I forgot. I didn't ping it on the map, and I don't think anyone else did either. But I did see that fabricator, and I didn't go back for it. Oh well, my weapon is maxed. Completed our operation. Look at those samples. I need that from my other accounts. If I come back to play after the final segment, I'm definitely going to play on an Xbox because I need the samples. I'm hoping that they add a Sea Trooper stratagem so I can just always call in like 2 drops for the Sea Troopers. Oh, that'd be dope. Nice. They got classic uniforms on. Nice. All right. Okay, how about this? Zero deaths. I will always take zero deaths up in here. Always zero deaths. I ran that whole mission. Okay. We did our thing. It is now time to call it. Okay.
I'm feeling tension in the air, yo, but I ain't going nowhere. We right motherfucking here, yo. Without a doubt, turn it out, give it to you all. Never seen, never heard, never did before.
Okay. I am going to stand up for a minute, stretch my legs, and then we're going to go on to segment 4. And we reach hour 5 of the OverTheHilldivers live podcast. Without a doubt, turn it out, give it to you all. Never seen, never heard, never did before. I'm feeling tension in the air, yo. We ain't going nowhere, we right motherfucking here, yo. Without a doubt, turn it out. Always do that. I'm just the worst about that, Mike. Boy. Okay. Now, I am looking for... There you are. There we are. Now, as my format, I think it's already set up. Okay, so this is my newest segment, what I'm reposting on Instagram. So, as I am technically not trying to build a following because I don't understand that, for me personally, doesn't make any sense. Anyone who does follow me is going to get to see what I'm reposting on Instagram. And like I have 2 tiers of Instagram content: entertaining stuff and stuff that the rest of the world desperately needs to be aware of. So like I try not to repost entertaining stuff only because I don't want to confuse myself as I try and do this like political stuff, right? So I try and comment more than 6 words if I think what you're doing is really, really funny. So only for clarity, because it's hard to keep track of everything. And I don't know if I qualify as terminally online, even though I'm online all the time. I'm trying not to stay in a bubble, but you know, we'll see. So instead of hunting through for bits, I'm just going to start at the most recent and go for like a minute or 2, an hour or so of what I'm posting on Instagram so you can see it. And then I will, if I feel like I need to add something, I will do so. Okay.
Say that. That's the problem. If you want to fix a problem, you have to identify the problem. And the problem that America has, by a long shot, is that stupid people are voting for incompetent people that manipulate their votes to put them into power. Let's talk through this, shall we? Trump's tariffs, killing people. economically harming folks, right? And sometimes literally putting them into homelessness because of the price increases of everything. The war with Iran, right? Literally killing people and raising the cost of living here in the United States. How many foodborne illnesses have there been with this administration? How many recalls? Children are literally dying of preventable diseases again, everyone. Okay? Here's the big one. The one that they love to talk about. Climate change. All these climate deniers are leading to mass death right now. Right now. They are literally not only killing us here in America, but people around the world with their climate denial. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of saying that like we have to pretend it's just a different viewpoint. It's not. There is no middle ground between a flat earther and a NASA scientist. There's no middle ground there. But somehow, especially the media infuriates me now, and that's why nobody trusts them anymore, is that they always try to appeal to like there's some sort of middle ground here. In some cases, there is. In most cases, especially right now, there are not. Okay? Vaccines do not cause autism. Stupid people are literally killing us. And I'm not a politician, so I can say that. The problem is obviously the people at the top that are manipulating the stupid people, but what do they feed off of? The stupid people. The stupid people are their food supply. I'm so over it because they are literally killing us, guys. They are literally, every day. Their policies, their ineptitude, their incompetence, is killing us. So until we want to deal with that, nothing's going to change. Right? Plato was right. This is the Achilles heel of democracy. And things are only going to get worse until we deal with that. So, have fun. Stupid people are killing us, and I'm tired of acting like we are not allowed to say that. That's the problem.
So, that's pretty self-explanatory. No notes.
Stay drunk, dumbbells right-humping dipshit Pete Hegseth's Pentagon is trying to take an aircraft carrier already named for a deceased black American war hero and slap Donald Trump's stupid fucking name on it instead. A 5-time draft dodger, and I need you to understand whose legacy these cowards are trying to erase. Dory Miller. Dory Miller was 22 when Pearl Harbor was attacked, serving in a segregated Navy that would let him scrub decks, haul laundry, and wait on the white officers, but wouldn't train him to fight. Then the bombs fell, and Dory Miller fought anyway. He carried wounded sailors through fire, helped move his dying captain, climbed behind a 50 caliber gun he had never been trained to fire, and opened up on the Japanese planes, tearing his ship apart. He became the first black American awarded the Navy Cross. 2 years later, he was killed in action, 24 years old. He gave his life to a country that still denied him equality. And in 2020, this was already fucking decided. The Navy officially named the carrier the USS Doris Miller, the first aircraft carrier named for a black American. It's already under construction. And now, Trump wants Miller's name ripped off and his own fucking name put there instead. And I'm calling this what this is. Bigotry. You don't purge black military leaders, block black officers from promotions, scrub black accomplishments under the bullshit banner of fighting DEI, and then erase a black war hero from this historic honor and expect us not to see the fucking pattern. Miller's family wasn't even told. They learned through the fucking news. And this is the same papery-skinned, ego-incontinent lunatic whose White House had the USS John McCain kept out of sight during a visit to Japan because that melted fucking circus peanut couldn't emotionally survive seeing the name of a war hero he hated. Now he wants a warship for himself. That shellacked little trust fund Boyle has spent his silver spoon-fed bone-spurred life treating military service with contempt. He demeaned McCain for being captured, disrespected the Gold Star family, mistreated a grieving military widow, called the fallen of war suckers and losers. And now he treats troops, sailors, and Marines like plastic soldiers in the sandbox of some malignant toddler with a god complex. Because he's never understood giving yourself to anything greater than his own inherited fucking name. No sitting president has ever demanded his name be put on an aircraft carrier. But of course, he wants it now. Because deep down, Donald Trump knows no one is naming a fucking thing after him once he's finally gone. They're going to be chipping, scrubbing, scraping, and scouring his name off of every fucking thing he passed it on to. Dory Miller earned this honor with courage, blood, and his life. That ship already has a name, the USS Dory Miller. Leave it the fuck alone, you bloated, bone-spurred, battle-dodging, brass-polishing fucking bitch.
I feel like she could be meaner. I mean, like the zingers, like man, she punches for the soul. It's ridiculous. He deserved all that smoke, though. He deserved all of that. Let's see here.
This is a horrible take for three pretty obvious reasons. Number one, you are declaring that gang violence is black culture. That's dumb. You're making a monolith of an entire race of people across a massive country, which is basically 50 smaller countries in a trench coat, based on the actions of a few thousand people when there's something like 45 to 50 million black people in the United States. Number two, you are implying that the homicide rate was lower in the 60s through the 80s than it is now, which just tells me you've never actually looked at this data. You're just accepting talking points from whatever right-wing talking head you listen to on podcasts or TikTok or Instagram. The reality is the homicide rate was never lower in the 60s than it is now, and it increased through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, peaking in the 90s, and has been decreasing ever since. Anyone telling you, oh, violent crime is on the rise, homicide rates are on the rise, it's a lie. It's propaganda to get you to hate certain groups of people. And you can say you don't hate people like you did in your comment, but when you regurgitate the same false information online that's used to subjugate and oppress these people, yeah, you hate them. You're directly contributing to their oppression through the court of public opinion based on false information. Number three, you're saying that they were more mature and respectable in the 60s through the 80s and like gangs are a modern thing. That just tells me you have no idea about the history of the United States, about gang culture in the United States, which is not just black people. It goes all the way back to the Great Depression and even before. And you don't know why they were started. For black people in particular, most of these gangs originated as a form of protection from people like the KKK, who was lynching people post-desegregation and prior to, from the police force, which was aggressively imprisoning and murdering black people. Like, it's as if you don't have any understanding of this on even a basic level. And you just hear someone tell you something that you're like, oh, that confirms my worldview, and then you just spit it back out on the internet as if it's the truth. Please do some sort of research before you start to make comments or try to debate something like this with me or anyone else in the comments section. I much prefer an informed voter base to people just accepting propaganda. This is a horrible take for three pretty obvious...
That smile is a dunk. He's what I was talking about earlier when it comes to facts versus the vibe check that is the legacy of Republican politics.
This is Peter Thiel. You probably won't know who he is, and you also probably won't catch him and the devil in the same room at the same time. Peter is a German-American businessman and a co-founder of PayPal. Luckily enough for Peter, when him and that white South African terrorist sold PayPal to eBay back in 2002, they made a pretty penny. This allowed Peter to go on and do crazy things like start Planeteer. You know, that small tech company. And when I say small, I mean the one that's watching every fucking thing we do through every camera, like all over the place. They're watching me make this video to tell y'all that they're watching this right now. And not only can this small tech company see anybody, they can also kill anybody. You know, like 250,000 innocent Palestinians, some random Christian guy who likes to go to colleges and debate kids, even some innocent Venezuelans when it's time to kidnap the president. Basically anybody they want. I'm sure you know he put J.D. Vance through school, and of course when J.D. first got out, he gave him his first job, and even though J.D. Vance got on TV and said, I don't fuck with Trump, he introduced him to him and forced him to be his vice president. All right, you didn't know that? You just figured that out right now? That's weird. If I was Peter, I probably wouldn't want people knowing that shit about me either. I probably also wouldn't want people knowing that I just bought a $12 million house site in Argentina, enrolled my kids into public school while my company Planeteer is making millions of dollars to let the American government and the Israelis use my weapons to kill people. I wouldn't, that just sound like some shit I would keep private, because then it'll probably make people remember that we sent Argentina $40 billion last year and froze national SNAP benefits with no real reason as to why. People would probably start saying, why did we send Argentina $40 billion last year, and then one of America's richest men moved to Argentina the year after. Why? Why would he do? Peter wrote an essay back in 2009, and in that essay he actually quotes, "Most importantly, I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible, and with that, Peter, I fully agree. Because if we can allow this man to pay to destroy our democracy, then there's no fucking way we can allow him to know freedom." They told y'all that the Soviets pulled up on Adolf. Adolf was like, "Oh, no, hell no, I ain't going out like that. I'm Adolf. I'm Adolf. Pass me them cyanide pills, I'm going out. Pass me that gun, I'm going out." They're supposed to drag his body out and set it on fire before the Soviets could pull up and show everybody. Well, I'm here to let you know that Peter won't be the first German to fly to Argentina after some shit that hit the fan. That's all I'm gonna say from here on. And Planetary, bro, y'all know I'm just playing. Y'all ain't even got to treat me like, come on, y'all, I'm a comedian. These is jokes. Y'all ain't even got to take this shit serious. I ain't meaning to say all of that about your mans. Like, come on, I'm a comedian. This is Peter Thiel. You probably won't know who he is, and you also
He's evil. He is evil. He's evil. This is becoming my favorite, like, truth teller, this lady right here. It's just the delivery, and there's a level of, like, underlying frustration that you cannot miss.
They saw what Donald Trump was. He incited an insurrection on January 6th. He tried to overturn a free and fair election. He was indicted on 91 felony counts across 4 cases. He was found liable for sexual abuse. He was convicted of 34 felonies. He showed this country exactly what he was. Every warning sign was there, and every red flag was flying high in the sky for all to see. And a substantial part of our country took him in anyway. They gave him a second chance. They nursed him back to power and believed him, and he promised he would be different this time. And he bit them. He bit the veterans whose newspaper he gutted yesterday. He bit the workers whose jobs are disappearing while he stands in front of a microphone and brags about the greatest economy in history. He bit the taxpayers by increasing the deficit while grocery prices soar. And he bit the world by launching his ego war that has caused instability and sky-high fuel prices. He bit every single person who believed him when he said he was fighting for them. They saw what Donald Trump was. He incited an insurrection on January 6th. He tried to overturn.
That's pretty much a rundown of the last year or so.
Doctors are worried about Donald Trump's weight gain. He's apparently gained more than 20 pounds since becoming president of the United States, since being on the campaign trail. According to the Washington Post, there's increased concern about the fact that the president is gaining too much weight. Now, I'm not sure what the accurate weight measurement of the president is, given the fact that he says one thing publicly, he may tell his doctor something. But in any event, the official measurement, at least, is that he's gained more than 20 pounds, anywhere from 20 to 23 pounds, and that at his age, he's 80 years old, with his eating habits of McDonald's and Coke, it's just not good. So now, according to the Washington Post, doctors are actively worried that this weight gain could contribute to his rapid decline in health, which we have seen over the past 18 months or so. So let me know what you think. Follow for more. Doctors are worried about Donald Trump's weight.
I think it's not rapid enough, to be honest. It seems to be slow decline in health. I don't know. Let's see here. All right, what we got? Okay.
Did you notice that in Spider-Man Brand New Day, Peter Parker uses his AI-powered chatbot?
I'm going to jump in on this one because sometimes I'm not clear if this dude is like clickbaity or not. I want to point out that he doesn't preface that this is not a unique thing to the MCU, that this was made most famous by Christopher Nolan in the Batman films, but you know.
To engage in mass surveillance, to spy on every...
Uh-oh.
Day, Peter Parker uses his AI-powered chatbot to engage in mass surveillance, to spy on every single person in New York City. Now, he does this by tapping into and monitoring every security camera in the entire city. and then running a facial recognition algorithm to find a very specific person. Of course, in the process, he violates the privacy rights of millions of innocent civilians. This is not some imaginary piece of Hollywood technology. It is very real. It's almost identical to the type of technology that so-called AI surveillance companies like Flock and Palantir use in the real world. And the movie is not critical of this at all. Now, there is one line in the movie where Peter's friend, who works for the NYPD, sort of half jokes with him about this kind of surveillance being illegal. But what she doesn't say is that it wouldn't be illegal for her to do it, because she works for the police department. And police departments, along with government agencies and certain foreign countries, do have access to that kind of surveillance data. And they have access to it because they have contracts with Flock and or Palantir.
We're streaming every wirelessly accessible camera on the planet.
I can already hear the MCU superfans typing away in the comments explaining that this is nothing new. That Marvel heroes have been using mass surveillance forever.
Okay, but that's worse. I mean, you do get how that's worse.
But they are right. Even Peter Parker has been using some form of surveillance technology in all 4 of his movies thus far.
Searching law enforcement databases.
But Brand New Day hits different. And one of the reasons it hits different is because this technology is no longer science fiction. It is being used and abused right now to violate our rights. If anything...
I don't know if pausing can keep messing up, but it was that line right there that made me repost this, is because up until that point, I'm not sure where exactly he's really going with it. Because, as he points out, it's hard to see it as intentionally nefarious. A stupid example, but in my own storytelling, somewhere in the 90s, when I'm writing my comic book show that I'm working on now, I imagined Siri. The character's name is Ian, and it stands for Advanced Artificial something or other, and basically it's Siri or the Google or whatever, you know? And so that is something I'm imagining would be cool. Star Trek is credited for imagining a bunch of things that people were like, well, that would be cool, and eventually the technology follows. Mass surveillance is one of those things that I think that it's been imagined to explain the ability of heroes to do things for decades upon decades. And yes, now suddenly that technology is actually real. And the question becomes, how responsible should then those same storytellers be? Because in the course of telling those stories for all those years, they romanticized surveillance. So, I think it's a philosophical question, and it's a fair question to ask.
2 decades of Marvel movies have helped normalize the idea of surveillance. Perhaps inadvertently, but I'd argue that these movies have conditioned the public to accept the idea of always being under surveillance. I don't think it's a coincidence that in most MCU narratives, the surveillance is justified in exactly the same way that CEOs and government officials try to justify it, by telling us that it's necessary to catch the worst of the worst and therefore save innocent lives. But it's not true. We know, for example, that police are constantly abusing these systems. Cops keep getting caught using Flock to spy on their exes or stalk random women. We know the government is using it to target immigrants and target citizens whose political views they don't like, including to track women who are seeking abortion care in other states. And we also know that Palantir systems have been used to kill innocent civilians, including children, in Gaza and Iran. The reality is, there's no such thing as an ethical use of mass surveillance. This technology and the companies behind it are beyond dystopian. And that remains true even when it's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man who's the one systematically violating your right to privacy. Did you notice that
And again, I ultimately have to agree with that assessment. It's not necessarily a critique on the film, but it is an observation. And I feel like at the end of the day, it's a missed opportunity to speak truth to power. as much as I don't like Christopher Nolan because of what happened during COVID-19, the fact that Morgan Freeman is so steadfastly against what Bruce is doing speaks to the ethical dilemma that needs to be there in real life. And I think also his argument does ultimately speak to ethics and the fact that at the end of the day, we can't trust law enforcement with this technology because we can't trust them to behave themselves. The expectation is they're going to be corrupt, circle the wagons, and protect that corruption. That is the expectation of law enforcement. So we are deep in the bag going the wrong way when we can't expect the people who determine our ethical standards to be ethical. We can't expect that.
Well, folks, we finally got some details on that 300,000 ton.
I'm gonna reload it again because this one was. We are pescatarian here, so we don't eat a lot of red meat. So, but folks who do.
Well, folks, we finally got some details on that 300,000.
What are we doing here?
Tons of magic beef that Trump said he was going to come up with, and
I don't know.
It is way worse than you thought it was. This is Old Texas Follow.
I'm about to try something real fast because this is getting on my nerves.
Your coffee's as good as mine. Hell, I hope it's better. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. There is no 300,000 tons of beef that Trump magically. Details on that 300,000 tons of magic beef that Trump said he was going to come up with, and it is way worse than you thought it was. This is Old Texas Follow. Hope your coffee's as good as mine. Hell, I hope it's better. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. There is no 300,000 tons of beef that Trump magically found somewhere that he's going to import. No. That's not happening. This does nothing to deal with the supply and demand problem that is making beef so high. See, when this was announced, I was like, bullshit. Bullshit. Where are you? The only way to get additional beef is to slaughter additional cattle. No beef producing country, has excess cattle right now. They're all in the same boat we are. They're all short of cattle. U.S. herds are at historic lows. Now, did ranchers make money in the beginning of this when they were selling their herds off because beef prices were high? Yes. But it's been sustained for so long because of, idiotic policy that now they've been completely unable to rebuild their herds. That's global. There is no excess 300 tons of beef laying around to import. What Trump actually did was he stripped away the trade agreements that we had that were protecting our ranchers right at the time when they are most vulnerable because their input costs have gone astronomically high. Diesel, feed, pharmaceuticals, everything. Transportation is all historically high. They are not rolling. They are not a hole in the bucket. It's not. The corporations are making the most money on this, not the ranchers. And their protections just got stripped away at the worst possible time. This is going to have long-term ramifications for our beef prices. And the eliminating of these tariffs is going to do absolutely nothing to bring beef prices down, other than a few pennies in the short term. In fact, it's going to make them worse over the long term. Yeah, there's no beef coming. The supply and demand problem still exists. But folks, we finally got some details on.
I don't know enough about how that works, so look into it. See what they're talking about. That's the best I can do for you. There's nothing there. I don't know why that does an empty space there. Here we go.
I've begun to really see Dollar General as like a criminal organization.
You are stealing from my community. And I think they're very aware of it.
It's a classic bait and switch.
Somebody at the top is making a lot of money.
Go for a drive in any American county, and you'll likely soon pass by the yellow and black lettering of a Dollar General. Drive a little further, and another will appear. Then another, then another.
Here's the other Dollar General store. It's 7 miles from the last Dollar General store we were at.
With nearly 20,000 Dollar General stores in 48 states, the Tennessee-based discount chain has sunk its teeth into lower-income, rural, and suburban areas everywhere.
It's easy to look at the dollar stores and think they are a sign of economic distress or a symptom of economic distress, but what we found is that they're in fact a cause of it.
Underneath Dollar General's so-called low everyday prices in convenient locations lies a sinister business model and a massive scandal that hardly anybody knows about.
The fact that we have to sue a company to get them to tell the truth is absurd in my mind to begin with.
My name is Lori Hartline. I am a Dollar General shopper out of convenience in my neighborhood. What you see here is when you travel, you'll go from looking for a grocery store, and before you get one, you have 3 Dollar General options. That's all you have.
In May of 2022, Lori Hartline started noticing some seemingly harmless discrepancies while shopping at her local Dollar General.
When they opened up in, I think it was 2021, the price of my kitty litter was $8.95. Great. I purchased it all the time. I didn't pay attention. I go up there, I check out, well, one day, wait a minute, $10? I noticed it. I asked him about it. Oh no, they raised the price. Well, that doesn't say it on the shelf. Well, they just have to change it. It's in the computer. It's not on the shelf. Next week, go in and buy cat litter. Same thing. That is not what the price says on the shelf. What am I doing wrong here? I was watching the news one morning and heard about Dollar General in the state of Ohio was being sued for deceptive pricing. That is what happens to me. I knew I wasn't crazy. I know it's just not me.
After months of repeatedly being overcharged by Dollar General, Lori wrote a letter to the Oklahoma Attorney General.
And within 2 days, I got a response that they forwarded the letter. Great. They responded back, Dollar General did, and they apologized, and they said, we'll have a gift card for you. I said, okay, well, let me just ask, how much is it for? $10. Tell her to keep it. I don't want it. It was insulting.
Lori's story was brought to attorney Mark Dan, where it became the basis for one of 3 class action lawsuits in Oklahoma, New York, and New Jersey.
I don't think there's any question that Dollar General is doing this intentionally and systematically.
June 22nd, I was overcharged 4 items out of 11. $7.95 was advertised $6.50.
If you tell me one thing and then charge me something else, in almost every jurisdiction in America, that would be theft by deception. Corporations, as we now know from the U.S. Supreme Court, are people, and people need to follow the law.
Dollar General's deceptive business practices run deeper.
He's talking about it was a Supreme Court decision that basically said that a corporation, when it comes to political campaign donations, are the same as a person. Citizens United, and Citizens United is unconstitutional and was a harbinger of how dangerous a court that is determined to do whatever it wants to do politically can be. And so he's talking, that's about when he talks about the corporations are people.
than most realize, according to Stacey Mitchell, a researcher at the Institute for Local Self-Reliance.
I think what they're looking for is places that have been that lack, economic and political power, places that they can push around. They're often building in such numbers that it becomes impossible for a new grocery store or other locally owned businesses to develop in a neighborhood that really needs them. They kind of lock in poverty as they grow because poverty is the thing that really fuels these companies' bottom lines.
So we have the poorest people in the country going to a store that's deceiving them about the price that they're charging for the goods in a situation where they have very few other realistic choices. I think it's about as exploitative a business plan as I've ever seen.
Almost every county in America and every state has a system for making sure that people who run cash registers do so honestly.
Price verification is when we see that a product is listed for $2.99, take it up to the register, scan it, make sure it's ringing up as $2.99. We do a random sample of products that we pull. We're used to seeing 1 or 2 failures, getting it corrected, and feeling confident. Unfortunately, in Dollar General's case, it was large and continuous. The scale or the concern was over 80% of the stores that we checked were failing, and were failing repetitively, and really no acknowledgement or desire to correct that failure.
Despite being cited repeatedly, Dollar General neglected to correct the problem, prompting the Ohio Attorney General to file litigation against the store.
One unique component in our conversation was the recognition of how Dollar General's staffs or short staff were receiving no guidance, and were just kind of keeping the place open as best they could, not really necessarily aware of the price verification challenge, their duty and responsibility under Ohio law, and then opportunities to correct it.
If you have designed a business where you are deliberately understaffing your stores, you're deliberately cutting costs, you're going to end up having these kinds of, widespread mistakes in pricing. I mean, that's just the reality of you are not actually providing enough labor to comply with the law and make sure that people are getting charged what the price actually is. They have decided that they can make more profit by violating all of these laws, by understaffing, by cutting corners. And right now, the fines that are associated with doing that are simply a cost of doing business. They are too low to make a difference and to stop this organization from behaving this way.
Dollar General has been fined over $20 million by states and the federal government since 2017. But those fines, which pale in comparison to the amount Dollar General has siphoned from communities, have done little to change the company's behavior.
There are 19,000 stores. There are literally millions of transactions a day, millions of items sold a day in Dollar General stores. And even if 10% of the time they're stealing 10 cents on 10% of the items that are sold, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars going into the pockets of Dollar General shareholders and out of the pockets of the poorest people in America.
If you're a systematic violator of laws as a company, what's the deeper way that we can go after you? At some point, you've got to be shut down if you can't reform your behavior, because clearly this one-off approach that we're using is not working.
And I think that it's time for Dollar General to pay the price civilly, to pay the customers for what they've stolen from them, to change their business practices for how to go forward in the future. And I don't think it's far-fetched at all to think that the corporate executives who hatched this scheme ought to be prosecuted.
They can build this little metal building in a week, maybe 2 max, and everybody's getting ripped off every day. It's only a quarter here. It's a dime here. It's 35 cents here. Who has the time to go and write a letter and complain over a quarter? Well, I do.
I think I'm really...
So I'm going to call my live stream right there. That's enough for me, 5.5 hours. But I just want to point out that is one of the frustrations of the culture war. And you wonder just how insidious it is. Dollar General is a big conglomerate. the Koch brothers kind of conglomerate, right? The Waltons. So yes, I do think they have board meetings where they realize that if they can encourage the stigma that people who look like me are inherently criminal, then they can convince you to constantly keep watching me while they rob you. That's all they need is someone to get you to look the other way. I walk in the store and now you're focused on me while they just rob you. And you don't even pay attention because you are so focused on what I'm doing while the store itself is going through your pockets. How do you even fight that? You have to stop listening to people who are trying to get you to pass a vibe check without actually looking to pay attention to what you're talking about or what they're talking about. But that's it for me. I done played enough Helldivers and watched enough internet to last me a good week. And I'll see you guys next Monday.